The city council is now in session. Would the city clerk call the roll?
Councilmember Cormack?
Here.
Councilmember Du Bois? Here. Mayor Filseth? Vice Mayor Fine? Councilmember Niss?
Here.
Councilmember Ku? Here. Councilmember Tanaka? 5 present.
Thank you. And seeing that number 1 has been removed, we won't move forward with that. But there is a conference with real property negotiators. And if I could have a motion that we go into closed session. And a second.
Second.
And would you vote on the board? And that passes with 5 present, therefore unanimously. Thanks very much, and we will now be in closed session for the next, Beth, are you guessing hour or longer?
They believe about an hour.
About an hour. Okay, for anyone who's waiting, it'll probably be an hour.
So the council has returned from closed session with no reportable action. So let me figure out what is next. So the next item on the agenda is a study session regarding recycled water expansion opportunities and potential regional treated wastewater transfer to the Santa Clara Valley Water District, who is with us today. Thank you for joining us. And I'll turn it over to staff.
Good evening, Mayor Philseth and Council. I'm Brad Eggleston, Public Works Director. We were last in front of you to talk about the future of recycled water in Palo Alto, November 19th of last year. And at that time, the Northwest County Recycled Water Strategic Plan that we've been working on was underway to look at options for reuse of treated wastewater. And at the same time, staff was in discussions with Valley Water staff about a potential agreement with Valley Water that would do two main things. And so first, it would provide funding for a locally owned salt removal facility that would improve the quality and fairly dramatically increase our current ability to have recycled water usage in our service area. And second, it would provide an option for Valley Water to transfer treated wastewater from Palo Alto's wastewater treatment plant south of Mountain View. So since hearing council's feedback at that study session last November, staff has completed an interim version of the Northwest County Strategic Plan, and we've continued to work with Valley Water on draft agreement terms that are included in your packet for tonight. So we have a presentation. Carla Daly, who's a Senior Resource Planner for Utilities, and Karen North, our Watershed Protection Manager for Public Works, will lead that presentation. And I'll turn it over to Carla.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. Before we get started, we want to introduce a few people. This is very much a team effort, very much a collaborative effort between utilities and public works. Anytime we're talking about recycled water, that by its nature crosses over between water supply and the operations of the Regional Water Quality Control Plant. Phil Boble, you'll notice, is not here this evening. He must be very, very ill in order not to be sitting here. I know he wanted to be here, but we'll do our best to take his place. We also have Sam Englage and Diego Martinez in the audience tonight, who were key members of the team. And with Valley Water, Garth Hall and Domingo Candelas are both with us, as well as Ed Arango from the city of Mountain View. I believe Nina Hawk, the Chief Operating Officer for Valley Water, is planning on joining us later as well. And we do have Director Gary Kremen from Valley Water in the audience with us this evening. Garth Hall and Ed Arango from Valley Water and Mountain View, respectively, are both planning to make a few comments after Palo Alto staff's presentation. This is our agenda for this evening. We will plan on giving an overview of Palo Alto's water supply and then talk about the Northwest County Recycled Water Strategic Plan, followed by a description of the potential agreement with Valley Water, and then tell you about our next steps and hopefully have a robust discussion. The purpose of our discussion this evening is to get input from council on both the local and regional opportunities for reusing water from the Regional Water Quality Control Plant. On the one hand, we have the Northwest County Strategic Plan, which focused on the locally controlled reuse opportunities just within the Regional Water Control Plant service territory. And then in parallel, we've been working on a potential agreement with Valley Water, as Brad pointed out, to build a local salt removal facility in order to increase the quality of our current recycled water. And integral to that agreement would be a transfer of treated effluent for use in other parts of the county. The timeline at the bottom is just a recap of the public discussions we've had over the past year on this subject, ranging from a business plan for phase 3. Phase 3, you may recall, is a project that has been kind of on the books here in Palo Alto since the 1992 master plan to expand recycled water distribution up to the Stanford Research Park. That's only one of many projects that we examined within the Northwest County Recycled Water Strategic Plan. We brought those other water reuse options to the UAC last October, to the council in November, held a public meeting in April on that same topic, and then here we are today with the two subjects combined. Council does have, as you know, a sustainability and climate action plan, and tied to that, a sustainability implementation plan. Water is one chapter of that plan, and I've listed the water goals and the water initiatives under the SIP, or the Sustainability Implementation Plan, and put a check mark next to the items that are addressed tonight in either the strategic plan discussion or the potential agreement with Valley Water discussion, or in some cases, both. And we'll refer back to this list a few times throughout the presentation. Just as a reminder, Palo Alto currently receives 100% of its drinking water supplies from the Hetch Hetchy system. About 85% of that water originates from the Tuolumne River. Palo Alto's demand for potable water is around 10 million gallons per day, and the price for that water is currently about $1,900 an acre foot. Local water reuse provided by the Regional Water Quality Control Plant supplies could provide up to about 50% of Palo Alto's water demand, but significant investments in both treatment facilities and conveyance would be needed in order to use that water. This is just a review of Recycled Water 101. We are showing a little icon representing the Regional Water Quality Control Plant at the top of the diagram, and there are basically two types of water that can be produced from that plant, or any wastewater plant for that matter. One is non-potable water, or purple pipe water, and it's called purple pipe water because the pipes are painted purple that distribute water that cannot be consumed, and that is primarily used for commercial applications such as cooling towers. It can also be used for landscape irrigation and toilet flushing. Water from wastewater treatment plants can be purified to drinking water standards. There are two main paths that purified water can take. One is indirect potable reuse. Indirect potable reuse usually involves injecting purified water into the aquifer, letting it travel for a minimum amount of time in the aquifer, and then drawing that back out in the form of groundwater and consuming it. We have regulations in place in California today for that type of application. Orange County is known for the most developed project in the state for indirect potable reuse. Potable reuse is also technically possible. That would be purifying water to drinking water standards and injecting it directly into a distribution system. There are not regulations in place in California for that application today, but the state is actively moving toward developing those regulations. This shows an overview of Palo Alto's current recycled water program. Again, this is all non-potable reuse. Palo Alto has 5 other partners in the Regional Water Quality Control Plant. They are listed on the slide. All of those contribute wastewater to the plant. Currently, about 5% of the wastewater is used to produce non-potable water consumed in Palo Alto and Mountain View, primarily for landscape irrigation and toilet flushing. The next slide is a very high-level summary of the results of the Northwest County Recycled Water Strategic Plan, and you may recall from the SCAP SIP slide that there is a direct council-directed activity to investigate water reuse opportunities within the service territory of the Regional Water Quality Control Plant. And so this study achieved that objective. We looked at a number of projects. They fell into these three broad categories, again, of non-potable reuse, indirect potable reuse, and direct potable reuse. And as you can see from the slide, we're showing you the range of costs. All of these are in $20-30 for those very broad categories of water reuse within the service territory. For comparison, in 2030, we are projecting that SFPUC rates will be around $3,000 an acre foot. Palo Alto also has the ability today and in the future to pump groundwater with or without indirect potable reuse. So this is looking at just pumping groundwater without the indirect potable reuse projects, projecting that to be also about $3,000 an acre foot by the year 2030. That number does include some wellhead treatment to get that water up to the same taste and odor standards as Hetch Hetchy water. Groundwater, as you probably know, is quite hard. And so this includes some treatment for iron and manganese to include that, to improve the water quality. The reason, again, that we want to make sure you're aware of the results of the Northwest County Recycled Water Strategic Plan in conjunction with talking to you about the transfer agreement with Valley Water is to show how those two things relate to each other as you're considering one of those over the other. There are some of the projects that are identified in the Northwest County Recycled Water Strategic Plan that are compatible with a transfer to the district, namely expanding the non-potable distribution system, i.e. phase 3 or some variation of that, or embarking on a pilot scale direct potable reuse project. Either of those alternatives would be equivalent to about 10% of Palo Alto's current potable water demand. On the other hand, a large-scale direct potable or indirect potable reuse project meeting 50% of Palo Alto's demand would not be compatible with a transfer to the district because we are talking about the same water. So I'd like to let that segue into a more detailed discussion about the potential agreement with the district and turn it over to Karin.
Thank you, Carla. So just to switch gears slightly, we wanted to make sure that when we came to council a year ago, as Carla alluded, there was lots of questions in terms of what water could we use from the wastewater treatment plant, what are the opportunities, lots of different terminology. So that's where the Northwest County Recycled Water Strategic Plan came in, and that was a partnership with Valley Water, and Valley Water actually funded the 90% of that strategic plan. So now we're switching over, looking at our current recycled water. As you can see in the bottom right-hand corner, we don't actually utilize a lot of our treated effluent for recycled water currently. Some things to point out is that Mountain View and Palo Alto are approximately 80% of the flow that comes into the wastewater treatment plant. So now I'm asking you not only to put on your Palo Alto hat, but your Regional Water Quality Control Plant hat, because any decisions that we make here impact not only Palo Alto, but all of our partner agencies as well. So the potential agreement or partnership with Valley Water and Mountain View is the potential to take that water and actually repurpose it and reuse it, which would go hand in hand, which Carla alluded to our sustainability implementation plan, specifically in the water chapter. It would actually, if you look at the bottom corner, if you notice from before, our non-potable reuse would increase significantly. Mountain View currently has 60 customers that will not hook up to our recycled water because our salt content's so high. So this partnership, it's a twofold, would allow us to build a salt removal facility and improve our current recycled water quality. It would also enable us to potentially build out phase 3, because part of the mitigation for phase 3 when we do the environmental documentation is that we would remove the salt prior to utilizing it on landscape within Palo Alto. And then as you can see, the other portion would be approximately half of our flow, 10,000 acre feet per year of going to Valley Water for reuse down in South County. I've been trying to give you guys some more pictographs or visuals of what's going on with our water, because it's hard to see, and this is something that's a little unique for us, is that, you know, we have multiple agencies that discharge into the wastewater treatment plant. I know there's a lot of information on this slide, but if you look on the left-hand side, you notice that San Francisco PUC, they are the water purveyors for Palo Alto, Stanford, East Palo Alto Sanitary District, and that's Los Altos Hills. Thank you. See, this is the joy of little slides. And then Valley Water gives through groundwater to City of Los Altos, and also part of Mountain View. And so this is where the water, the source water is coming from that eventually goes to our businesses and residents and homes, and then through the pipes to the wastewater treatment plant. Now we're dealing with wastewater. It's a very different quality of water. It's been used, it has all sorts of fun stuff in it, and we clean it up at our facility that many of you guys have been to. And now we're looking at the opportunity for reusing this water and trying to, rather than have it just all go out into the San Francisco Bay, see if we can put it for a better purpose. So on the top right corner is us basically building the salt removal facility, so that would increase our non-potable reuse options in the future. And as Carlo alluded to, it also could give us the opportunity for a small-scale pilot direct potable reuse option in Palo Alto. We still want discharge going out into the bay or to the Rensselaer Marsh for environmental benefits, so we're not giving up all of our water. Approximately half of the flow is what we've looked at. And then as you can see, approximately half would go to Valley Water. So here's our next pictograph. So this is now, if you think on the bottom, gives you a timeline. So to make this work for large-scale projects, when you're talking about a new source water for Valley Water, time horizon, because to put this, one, to build the infrastructure, to make it worthwhile, timing is everything. So if the last time we came to you is a 50-year time horizon, we found some solutions for you. Now we've made it a 76-year time horizon. I know that doesn't sound great, but we found solutions for you. So within the first 13 years, Valley Water would give us about $16 million, and Mountain View and Palo Alto would pay the difference to build this salt removal facility, and then we could increase our current use of non-potable reuse. And also Valley Water would contribute $200,000 per year. So right now you can see for us, that's actually great for Mountain View and Palo Alto to increase our current local short scale, get some water being reused and repurposed. During that 13-year time horizon, Valley Water is going to be working extensively to do research and try and determine, okay, now we have potentially 10,000 acre feet, what are we going to do with that water? And there's CEQA, environmental, all sorts of fun things that they have to do. So after 13 years, Valley Water would start paying us, all of the partners, not just Palo Alto, $1 million per year. So this is actually setting quite a precedence to actually have them pay us for treated effluent. Most other communities, because it's used within the same basin, like Orange County, they don't pay for treated effluent. But because, as I was alluding to earlier, our source water is from a different source, a good chunk of it's from SFPC, they're actually willing to pay us. So this is a win. Then here's my next pictograph, which is hopefully going to calm the 76-year term. So if you look at the very top, another way of showing it, we would design and construct it, and then we'd be up and running our salt removal facility. It probably will last us well over 30 years, but a minimum will last us 30 years. The regional program would start working on getting the effluent, and they have up to 23 years to actually start taking it. If after 23 years they don't take it, then this agreement, we get our salt removal facility, and the option for them goes away. The other thing that I think everyone will be very happy about is one concern council had in 2018 was that's a long time to give up a potential water supply. So Valley Water really put on their thinking cap, and this is them providing us an alternative water supply. Currently, our only water supply is from SFPC, and this would allow Valley Water to supply us with another alternative supply as well. So this is a creative way for us to get some water if we need it in the 76-year time period. And keep in mind, Carla also told you that we could still pump groundwater, and that option is still always available to us here. We currently don't do it, but we could. So there's lots of different opportunities for us with this, for the regional transfer for all of our partners. It would provide local drought-resistant water supply for Santa Clara County. It would give us the opportunity to expand our existing non-potable reuse system and the potential for a DPR pilot, direct potable reuse pilot. And we would have this opportunity to purchase a different water supply within the first 16, as soon as 16 years is when we could actually do that. Obviously, the constraints are we would lose our control for a large-scale direct potable reuse project within Palo Alto, and about half of the wastewater treatment plant's effluent would be out of our control for up to 76 years. The environmental benefits we hope would reduce the countywide reliance on imported water because they'd be getting a local drought-resistant supply of water within Santa Clara County. By increasing our non-potable reuse systems, we would reduce the take from the Tuolumne River, since Mountain View and Palo Alto utilize water from Hetch Hetchy. It would improve our quality of water that we currently use, which would also improve what's being distributed on landscaping by reducing the salt content. So it would reduce potential impacts to groundwater basins. And it would also reduce our flow going out into the lower South Bay. So we're a shallow water discharger here in the lower South Bay, and we're encouraged to reduce our flows. And we are required in our NPDES permit to have a recycled water program. So the next steps, we'll be coming back to council November 18th for consideration of the agreement. We plan to go to the UAC in January 2020 to have them recommend to adopt or accept the strategic plan. And then we'd come back to you in 2020 for acceptance of the strategic plan. And once all of those are nice little package deal, then we'll update our water integrated resources plan. And with that, I'd like to have some discussion and also allow Garth and also Ed to say some words.
Cool. Thank you very much. So we have a couple of guests here. Is Garth here?
Garth Hall and Ed Durango.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm very thankful that we have a chance to join you tonight. I wanted to just add a few things from the perspective of value. I think your staff has done a superb job of laying out the picture that we've been working on for well over a year now. As backdrop to that, I just wanted to lay out a little bit of why is Valley Water interested in doing this. And the key thing, the driver behind us, is that our board set a policy many years ago of increasing recycled water. And this, broadly speaking, in both elements is recycled water within the county up to about 10% of our supply. Now, 10% seems relatively modest. We're currently in the county running about 6 or 7%, and with this project here, I think we will get to that. However, in addition to that, the water master plan we've been developing goes beyond that to specifically identify 24,000 acre feet, which is in itself is about 8% of the total supply within the county of purified water. Now, purified water, I think, has been well explained to you. It's almost distilled water quality, and that is the quality of water that's needed to become quasi-potable or with some minor tweak to it, fully potable. So that is our driver. And why would we do that? And the reason is we're very dependent on imported water. It has many wonderful benefits to us. It's helped save our groundwater basin since the 60s or so. But as time is going on, it's more and more apparent to our board, as directed to staff, is to expand our portfolio and focus more on local regional supply, local supplies that are sustainable. And recycled water, because of the wastewater, is available year in and year out through droughts and so on. It is across the country, wherever it's been deployed, has proven extremely reliable. Hardly ever will you hear a story about a recycled water system that was not able to deliver. and certainly under our purview, that would be the case. It would be extremely reliable. So that's an important thing for us. The other thing, it does bring with it the reliability benefits as well as the environmental benefits. I think on slide 16 that was portrayed to you. We totally subscribe to those environmental benefits. It's our board's charter to us is to look for the importance of environmental benefits in our projects as well. And those were all described to you. So then, part of our view too in bringing this to you to consider is to support Palo Alto and Mountain View in their strategic interests in diversifying supplies. Not that there's an imperative to it in our view, but over time, the option to be able to diversify is very important. And so as Karen North explained to you, the option that we put into this package of an alternative water supply that you can call upon within 16 years, which could be delivered to you, or later if you wish. That is a significant opportunity for diversification. And then the other thing I just want to mention through this process is that one of the key things in developing a partnership is the sense of commitment that staff and the legal counsel have together in working on this. And I'm happy to say that through the last year that we've been working on this together since we last talked to you about this concept, staff from all sides, from Mountain View, Valley Water, and Palo Alto, have really knuckled down. We've had long meetings, very productive meetings, very, in some cases, somewhat tough but cordial, and we've come to what we think is a very fair deal. But throughout that process, never for a moment has the commitment wavered from any of the three of us that this is something we need and want to do. And it's been a real pleasure to be part of that. And I just wanted to recognize your staff for having been part of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Edward, welcome.
Thank you, council members. Ed Orango, Public Works Department with the City of Mountain View. Garth took a lot of my thunder because he had said a lot of the things I already had planned to say, so I'll keep this short for you. Again, echoing the teamwork that we've spent as several staff from each agency has spent hours and hours together and a lot of time discussing the details to get in front of you tonight to give you this update. Again, echoing the benefits that were demonstrated already and saying that Mountain View is supportive of this effort, and we're committed to continuing working on the draft agreement term sheet to meet the tentative schedule that we've developed. And Mountain View staff has also been informing our council of the development and status of this agreement, and including this meeting tonight. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to the public for comment, and you'll each have 3 minutes, starting with Dave Warner.
Thank you. My name's Dave Warner. I'm pleased to be a longtime Palo Alto resident, and I'm proud of this and past city councils. It seems to me that the main issue with the transfer agreement is that the environmental benefits are murky at best, given that the other benefits to Palo Alto are insignificant. As you know, the agreement will increase our recycled water by about 1 million gallons per day, and then for Mountain View, about 3 million gallons per day. And Mountain View, if they want, can use the potable water it replaces however they want, not necessarily for the environment or reducing imports. For the majority of the water in the transfer agreement, Valley Water can use the water however it wants, and sort of, even though Garth gave his verbal assurances, it's not necessarily to reduce imports, and they do have growing water demand. It's also not clear that if Palo Alto and Mountain View reduce their water imports or demands from the SFPUC, that the SFPUC won't use the water elsewhere, and hence there could be no benefit at all to the Tuolumne from this transfer. This set of circumstances makes Valley Water's opposition to the Bay Delta Plan particularly problematic for the transfer agreement. The Bay Delta Plan is the one thing that would assure additional water for the Tuolumne. As you know, we Palo Altans are very environmentally conscious, and I cite the statistic that 80% of us voted in 2016 to tax ourselves to save the Bay. This leads to a vexing problem statement. How can we execute a transfer agreement for recycled water when there's no assurance that it will benefit the environment and control of the water will be put in the hands of a party that is in opposition to the one thing that would help the Tuolumne? Isn't this an awkward position? This isn't our problem. Valley Water put us here, and as evidenced by their last Recycled Water Committee meeting, they are desperate for our water, and I'm sort of glad they are. But we're not in a rush. Let's pause and give Valley Water the chance to fix the situation. And on the flip side of my script is just a presentation I gave to the Recycled Water Committee at Valley Water. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Emily Rensel.
Stagger up here.
Former councilperson Emily Rensel.
Mayor Filseth and members of the council, as you know, I've been concerned with our baylands for many, many years, and way back when I was on the Planning Commission or the council, we allowed the sewage treatment plant to expand, and as part of that, they were required to landscape 125 feet on Bixby Park to screen their facility. And that was done. It kind of fell into disrepair over the years, but it was done. And it still was an obligation of that design review for the sewage treatment plant expansion. That became an important habitat corridor between the bay and what is now the Rensel wetland. As you know, the Measure E site took that parkland and undedicated it. In November of 2021, the council could rededicate that parkland and should rededicate that parkland. Meanwhile, the only use it can be put to is a compost facility. It may not be used for this water facility unless there's another election. And I think you need to be very careful about entering into any agreement that is going to require you to take other steps that are not politically palatable in the future. And I think, for instance, there's talk of injecting some of this treated water into our groundwater, and it sounds like a dilution situation rather than making the water necessarily better. It's just more dilute pollutants and whatever. So there are some serious issues that you will face down the pike, and I think you should really take those into account. I think that when the city makes commitments, even to itself, to preserve certain aspects of parkland or whatever, they ought to take it seriously, and the public should be able to rely on it. And I hope that you will look very seriously at what kinds of commitments you're making with respect to parkland and our baylands. Thank you.
Thank you. Former Mayor Peter Dreckmeyer.
Good evening, Mayor Filseth and council members. I'm torn on this project because I think it does have a lot of potential if it provides environmental benefits, and right now it doesn't. Do we still have an overhead here, by any chance, to show a graphic? We don't, okay. We don't have a projector. So,
Electronic only.
all right. So Tuolumne River Trust, we coordinated the Silicon Valley Water Conservation Awards for 10 years, and it was a really successful program, a lot of exciting things happening. We, between 2006 and 2010, in 2016, I'm sorry, for a 10-year period, in the SFPUC service territory, we reduced our water use by 30%. And reductions in Santa Clara Valley Water District territory were similar. So we made this tremendous progress. We actually stopped coordinating the awards this year because I couldn't look people in the eye and say, hey, if you conserve water, it's going to benefit the environment. Because right now, on the Tuolumne, flows are regulated by base flows. There are minimum flows, and as long as those are met, the SFPUC can capture all the excess water. And that's what they did during the recent drought. And between 2012 and 2016, a 5-year period, the Tuolumne only saw 12% of unimpaired flow. And in the height of the drought, 2015, we had enough water in storage to last 3 years. 2016 was an average water year. In an average water year, the SFPUC is entitled to 3 times as much water as it needs. So by the summer of 2016, when the state was technically still in drought, we had enough water in storage to last 5 years. And I'll pass this around. I think you've seen this before, but what it shows is that during extended dry years, the Tuolumne experiences terrible flows, and then all of a sudden there's a normal or a big water year, and all that water gets dumped. All the water people conserved gets dumped. So we had 5 terrible years, 12% unimpaired flow on the Tuolumne, and then 2017, San Francisco had to dump 88% of its water entitlements, enough water to last 10 years down the river. So the river got 1 exceptionally good year, overkill year, at the expense of 5 terrible years. And recycled water would be very similar. So we ask you to continue negotiating with the Water District, to encourage them to support Palo Alto's position in supporting the Bay Delta Plan. I want to thank Palo Alto staff. I think they've done a great job. I'm sorry that Phil Boble couldn't be here. The term sheet looks pretty good to me, but the environmental issue is still in question. I also want to thank Valley Water staff. They've met with me 3 times. I think they understand our position better. I want to thank Director Kremen for encouraging that. And to me, there's a really simple solution, is just to drop their opposition to the Bay Delta Plan. It doesn't hurt them at all. They're already at the table, and we can move forward with a really good project. Thank you, and I'll pass this around.
Thank you. Bob Venslow.
My name's Bob Winslow, and I'm also on the Infrastructure Stormwater Management Committee. And first, I wanted to say again that I think staff, both at the Water District and at the city, did an amazing job. And I was sitting here trying to think to say something clever and smart, but basically I support the entire model that's been laid out here this evening. I think the ability to have a back channel to bring alternate supply into the city in a way gives us a flexible system that we can look to in the future that can basically give us the adaptability to maybe even address some of the environmental concerns. So it's kind of like you could sit here and go, should we do it, should we not do it? And I think broadly what we'd be looking at is building technological capacity that with operators in the future that they could adapt and meet the environmental needs. One of the other things, and this is maybe a little bit of minutia, but it was coming up in our committee about what you might look at as one infrastructure models. Too often people are going to watch infrastructure being built on this project, not necessarily connected with other infrastructure. And I think that there was an invitation that as we do the land use planning around these projects, that we can look to smartly build buried infrastructure that when you go in and put purple pipe in, that you're able to bring in other infrastructures. And just in closing, doing the sister city work, I think one of the most amazing visions I saw was in Linköping, where on some of their major trunk lines, they actually put buried utility quarters, and this gave them the opportunity to address and adapt buried infrastructure more conveniently than always just reopening the streets. So thank you very much. Thanks for letting me make some remarks.
Thank you. Esther Ngenda.
Good evening, City Council members and members of the public. Thank you to Valley Water and the City of Palo Alto for this proposal. The Northwest County Recycled Water Strategic Plan proposes to recharge the aquifer with recycled water. As an emergency services volunteer, speaking for myself, I am very enthusiastic about the idea of drought-proofing our water supply as long as Peter's concerns are addressed. However, between 2016 and 2018, the city permitted the discharge of 847 acre-feet of groundwater to be pumped out and discharged into the city's storm drains during underground construction. 1 acre-foot of water is enough water to supply 2 families for a year. So we're talking about enough water for about 1,700 families for a whole year. The question is, why would we throw out 847 acre-feet of groundwater through dewatering and then pay to introduce recycled water into our water supply at a cost anywhere between $2,100 per acre-foot to $8,900 per acre-foot, as shown on Table ES-02 in the report? Recharge is expensive. As an example, the Long Beach Airport has an ongoing project in which they and their partners are spending $22 million to recharge 33 acre-feet per year of stormwater. In summary, speaking for Safe Palo Alto's groundwater, we support recycled water recharge, but it doesn't make sense to throw out our community's groundwater without it being used even once. Moreover, neither the city nor the county attach value to this water, as the builder does not have to pay for this water, nor are there any limits to the amount of water he or she may discharge. This is not an either-or situation. In emergency preparedness, we believe in redundancy, a belt and suspenders approach. Let us value and protect our groundwater as yet another source for drought-proofing our water supply, while pursuing one or more of the options proposed for recycling wastewater. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Keith Bennett.
I think there's a presentation. Hi, I'm Keith Bennett. I'm with Save Palo Alto's Groundwater. I have a short presentation, but while we're bringing it up, I want to say that just as Esther and other people have said, the idea of having a more drought-resilient, secure supply of water is great, and using our resources and the environmental benefits are great. But I agree with Dave Warner that you need to have assurances of the environmental benefits, otherwise they may just go away. And San Francisco say, hey, great, we've got more water, we'll sell it to the next place that wants it. And to follow up on what Esther said, I think we need to also value what we have. So we're trying to save water, right? We're trying to use water. So what's wrong with this picture? This picture is about 2 weeks old. It's for the dewatering construction at 2221 Lewis. Notice the twin exhausts on the pumping. That shows how much water they're getting. It's certainly well over 200 gallons per minute. This site pumped for 7 weeks before even starting excavation. Other sites start excavation reliably within 1 or 2 weeks. It's probably pumping over 200 gallons a minute. They've probably pumped before even starting excavation 12 million gallons, or about 35 acre-feet of water. As Esther said, there is no fee to pump and dump this water. In fact, if you look at the storm drains where this water is going in, you will notice water and wet spots behind the storm drain, suggesting that water from the horizontally directed pumping is going through the back of the storm drain, damaging the storm drain, and coming up behind it. I can give you 2 addresses if you want to go look. So you can say, well, maybe this dewatering is just local. Here's a graph from 2016 to 2017. It's monitored at a single site, and it shows the effect of both dewatering and it shows the effect of recharge. In 2017, there were two projects very near where this well was taken. It then recharged in the winter of 2016-2017. There were some broad area dewatering projects in 2017 in the summer, hence you see the dip in the middle of the summer. But last year in 2018, although at least 3 houses were constructed with basements that would have required dewatering in North Palo Alto, they all used cutoff wall constructions, and you notice that the water table did not go down. This year there are 2 projects, and you can see when they started on 8th, the water table went down rapidly. This monitoring well is 1,150 feet from one site and 1,900 feet from the other site. Just to put that in perspective, these are the 2 sites. You can see that those circles there are radii of 1,500 feet. You can see that dewatering from a single residential site affects a very large area. I want to comment that there are alternative methods available. They've been used successfully for commercial projects, the Marriott Hotel, the City Project, and several residential projects in Palo Alto. Santa Clara Water District has refused to charge for water.
Thank you.
This is another issue we have.
Herb Borak.
Mayor Filseth and council members, I believe you should direct staff to take no further action on this item when staff recommended giving some of our water allocation to East Palo Alto, they said it's unlikely that we'll use our individual supply guarantee in the future, so we don't have a need for another source. You recently adopted a sea level rise policy based on a presentation that showed the path of any new recycled water pipeline being inundated by seawater during the term of the agreement discussed in the staff report. The lower aquifer is the wrong place to add any kind of water because the lower aquifer is subject to saltwater intrusion. It makes more sense to use the upper aquifer in the Stanford foothills for adding rainwater that can be stored in retention basins until the surrounding ground is not saturated, when the stored rainwater can replenish the upper aquifer. Sending treated water to the Santa Clara Valley Water District so that the water can enable future development along the Caltrain line to create the need for more frequent trains that in turn would require grade separations in Palo Alto is a bad idea, unless Valley Water agrees to pay for Palo Alto's Caltrain grade separations in addition to paying for the water. We should retain ownership of the sewage treatment plant. I've already alluded to the May 7, 2018 council meeting where you adopted staff's recommendation to transfer a portion of the city's HHE individual supply guarantee. And on that staff report, ID number 9041, at the bottom of page 3 of 42 is a chart that shows the difference between our guarantee and our actual use, which is somewhere between 17 million gallons a day and 10 million gallons a day. The sea level rise policy adopted on March 18th of this year said that for critical development and infrastructure, for example, wastewater treatment facility or utilities that are essential to public health and safety, a risk assessment should be completed based on the sea level rise projections to 2100 and to include the lifetime of the building using the medium, high, or extended risk aversion projections. And if you look at the PowerPoint presentation at slides 24 through 26 on that date, you will see how the path of any pipeline would be covered in seawater. Thank you.
Thank you. Gary Kerman.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, staff, public for giving me this time to talk. So I'm going to talk a little bit about random. I'll think of this as a cleanup on some of the comments we've heard. So the term sheet that will be in front of you is kind of a revision. We came to this at this last study session. We took your comments in mind and we made some material changes. Valley Water, City of Mountain View, and your staff, for example, you asked for off-ramps. We've put those in. You're able to get an option to get an invaluable extra supply of water. You're getting $100 an acre foot, which the highest price ever paid in California. You said you wanted a Councilperson Tanaka higher price. Well, this is 3.3x times the highest price ever seen, which was a transfer to the city of Modesto. So number one, we listened to the last time. Number two, I just want to mention, we're not a land use agency. If people are going to use water for growth or the environment, we don't weigh into that. We just provide water. We don't take a position, an ideological position. I mean, we do things like provide water. We do flood control. For example, we paid for most of the San Francisco Creek upgrades. We help creek ecosystems. We did Matadero, Adobe, et cetera. But some other things I want to address real quickly. I don't think we have any plans to inject this water into the groundwater. We're pretty facile or know about this Measure E site. We're not going to weigh into that site at all. I think staff is going to work on siting issues. We don't have an opinion on the Measure E site. If people want to do it, we understand it requires a vote of the voters. That's something staff's going to get involved. Also, Measure AA, we also supported it. The Water District came up with $1.7 million to fund the campaign. We were the vast majority of the money that went into that successful campaign that 80% of Palo Alto people voted for. But the last point I want to say, we actually had Mr. Druckmeyer come and speak at our meeting, something unheard of. Imagine someone coming to spend 45 minutes at your board meetings instead of 3 minutes, and we let him talk about it with Mr. Ritchie, something I don't think I've ever seen in my 9 years of elected public service, that we let someone from the outside come in and do a public debate. So we heard what he had to say. It's kind of like Cupboardly. We can't really talk about litigation, but we sure heard what he and other members of the public said. So we haven't made our decisions in a vacuum. We did a robust public debate, what we decided to do on the Bay Delta plan. So again, thank you for your time, and looking forward to working together to increase sustainability and decarbonization. Thank you.
Thank you. We now return to council for comments and questions. Councilmember Niss.
Just a couple of questions, and one, I'm pleased to hear about the reducing the concentration of salt. That's something we've been talking about for a long period of time. But secondly, I can remember 2 or 3 years ago when the mayor of San Jose made a major production of drinking recycled water. I don't remember exactly what the overall reaction was to it, other than, I think, fascination. But do you see that as something that is going to come in the future? And, you know, I was looking at the Time magazine today that talks about how we will dig ourselves into the ground by 2050 in any event. Where do you see this going? Because water is going to be our biggest challenge as we go forward, whether it's seawater or whether it's well water or whether it's the Tuolumne.
So the state is actively working on regulations for direct potable reuse. So yes, we do see that as a future that will come to fruition at some point, probably first in Southern California, then up here.
And probably a long time in the future, right? No? So just give us kind of an outline of that, and I'm just going to be fascinated by what the public's response is to that.
Well, there's other areas, specifically areas that are more arid, that they are essentially water is water. And all we're doing is taking out the impurities of the water, throwing it through this treatment facility. And right now in Orange County, Los Angeles, and San Diego, they're either recharging a groundwater aquifer or putting it into a reservoir, which gives you a hydraulic residence time before you pull it out to drink. But we're currently actively working on trying to improve the regulations so it's essentially flange to flange for direct potable reuse. And that's partly because once you inject it in the groundwater basin, you pull it out and it's pulling all those minerals again. So the future is here. Where other parts of the world, they've been doing this for a long time. So I would say in Palo Alto, it's probably a longer time horizon just because of our current water supply, but for other areas where their water supply is limited, they're looking at all sorts of water.
So we're talking about this as generally across the board. At one point, I can remember discussing using recycled water only for agriculture or for your yard or for something like that, because we have Hetch Hetchy, and that's our prized water supply. So you would see this recycled water being used potably, right?
So I want to clarify, it wouldn't be recycled water. So recycled water is basically treated effluent and high quality treated effluent. That's recycled water. So that would not be for drinking water. If you're talking about a potable water supply, it needs to go through much more stringent treatment processes to ensure that it's clean and doesn't have any impurities for us to drink.
Right.
So that's the change has happened. From our 1992 recycled water master plan, we were just talking about recycled water purple pipe. When we came to council in 2018, everyone was asking us about indirect potable reuse, potential for direct potable reuse, what's the future hold, and that's why we tried to put everything in the strategic plan, so we could answer all your questions.
Okay, good. I think that it's always going to be kind of a dramatic headline to say, the toilet to tap or tap to toilet, whatever it may be. And so I really appreciate your explaining all that and laying it out. And, I hope that use of the recycled water with our own pipes happens sooner rather than later.
Other lights? Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Filseth. This has been a tremendous amount of work. I'm in my 9th month on council, and I've been looking at this from a couple different vantage points, and so better appreciation, I think, certainly than I would have for the vast amount of work that's gone into this, and frankly, the changes over time. Trying to pull up the PowerPoint up again? Okay. Okay, well, their purpose of discussion, I think we got to. So just a couple overall comments, and the first is I think about what the mayor said at the beginning of the year about being a good neighbor. And so Ms. North did talk about at some point we also have to have on our regional water quality control plant hat. That's part of this. It's not just as members of Palo Alto and the fact that we're part of the Northwest County in terms of this. And I think there's one of these slides I'd love to have you toss back up. You've got that one. But let's look at the one, I think it's 12. Oh, you're fantastic. Thank you so much. So I did chat with the staff briefly after our meeting at Valley Water as one of the newer people and not a water expert to sort of show the flow, as it were. And so I think the thing that is a little bit undersold in the staff report is that we will be reducing the treated effluent going to the bay. And so I just want people to understand that that's a big part of what will happen if we're able to implement this small local salt removal plant. In general, with the overall plan, if we think about the long-term plan and the agreement and we look at the recycled water plan, understandably, we're going to have to give up some options. And I'm correct, basically, we're giving up mostly indirect potable reuse, right? At a large scale.
The large-scale indirect and also the large-scale direct.
Large-scale direct, yeah. Okay. All right, I just want to make sure everybody's clear on that. And then just a few details. The reverse osmosis concentrate disposal, can you just share a little bit more with us about that and explain how that ends up being an issue and then whose issue that is?
So for the small local plant, we've already done some preliminary assessments to determine that the reverse osmosis, when you purify or clean water, you have a concentrate. So all the impurities that was in that water needs to go somewhere. So it gets concentrated. And so right now we know for the small facility that would produce a non-potable reuse enhanced recycled water, the good quality purple pipe water, that water will get blended with our effluent and we can meet our current permit or what allows us to discharge out into the San Francisco Bay. For a larger scale, the district or Valley Water is working with their parties and research to try and figure out what are solutions for treatment for that RO concentrate. Because we looked at that and we know that you cannot treat half of our flow and have that concentrate and then just blend it in with our current discharge. We're going to have to do some pre-treatment prior to discharge.
Okay, thank you.
And that's Valley Water's responsibility for the larger plant.
Okay. There was some interesting questions about sea level rise effects and interactions. As I recall, we adopted a policy and we don't yet have the plan, and the plan will address, the assets. Was there anything else staff would like to add with respect to sea level rise and this proposal?
I would just add that, yeah, you're correct. The goal is to have a plan developed by the end of next year. But it's also correct that we said in the policy that for significant infrastructure and sensitive infrastructure, we would, even in the interim on a case-by-case basis, do a risk assessment. So we would be thinking about sea level rise and how it could impact these sorts of assets we're talking about.
Okay, so have we done that for the small plant, or we would just be considering it that for the regional plant if it ended up being in Palo Alto?
Have we done that yet?
So we haven't designed the small plant. We've only done an initial assessment. For other facilities within the wastewater treatment plant, electrical, we're raising higher. So, and we also anticipate at some point in time, we are going to have to protect that facility.
Okay.
So we're doing some adaptation.
All righty. And then is there anything staff wants to share about potential location? There is some language in the agreement about that of the large regional plant. Is there anything more, or does the agreement stand on its own?
Do you want me to take that?
I'd just like to mention one thing about the Measure E site. So that is addressed in the agreement, but it doesn't say that the city must agree to site a facility on the Measure E site. The language essentially says that if it's studied and there are no significant negative impacts identified for that site, that staff would recommend to the council that a ballot measure would be placed on the election, on the ballot for use of the Measure E site for that use, which of course doesn't obligate council to take that step.
Okay.
Can I add a little bit more?
Please.
So staff in partnership with Valley Water has also looked at the former Los Altos treatment plant site for a siting evaluation to see if it would make sense and a regional facility would fit on that location. We don't have any results to bring back to you at this point in time, but we anticipate bringing that to council.
And is it possible that this might not be located in Palo Alto also?
Correct.
Okay. All right, just want to get that out there. And then the last thing, if we could just look at in the recycled water strategic plan itself. So it's packet page 33. I'm sorry, I don't see a page number for in the report itself. It just has all the concept options laid out there in detail. I just wondered if you could talk us through the consultant's rationale for the rankings.
So the
33 and 34.
So
If there's a better table, I'm happy to look at that one.
So the projects were ranked. The projects were ranked in a couple of different ways. One was on cost alone, and another was on a number of qualitative type factors, the communities that would benefit from the projects, the number of communities served, a variety of different qualitative type criteria, and then the consultant combined those into one overall ranking.
Okay, and so I just want to draw everyone's attention to the significant variations in capital cost in addition to, to the unit cost. I think that's one of the things that we have the opportunity here with the agreement is to let an existing partner of ours who has some expertise already in water purification have that as an option in the same way we have an option to buy back water. Everyone should understand, though, that the option we have to buy back water, it will be at cost, but the cost could be significant given, the distances it might need to travel, et cetera. So again, my sincere thanks to everyone in all of the various places who have worked on that and the members of the community who have helped make this a stronger plan.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah. So,
Evil eye going around here.
Yeah, so I think top line, I just want to say that I think this is a good deal for Palo Alto. I mean, we're talking about millions of dollars invested in Palo Alto, as well as increased water robustness through a new kind of water supply agreement. And I think there's things in here that all the parties, wish they could change. I think we ended up at a fair deal. And more recycled water, as we said, is really good for the entire region. you know, this agreement's been under discussion for a year, I think. And if you step back and you just think about, you start with supply and demand. You know, we've already heard we have a large allocation from SFPUC that we don't use. In a really severe drought, we would have the ability to pump groundwater. And with this agreement, we would actually have the ability to add a third water supply. And on the demand side, I think we've seen our use of potable water decreasing. I mean, we've managed it very well. So where we end up is, you know, it looks like we have more than enough water in the long term, even in cases of severe drought. This agreement, it's a very complicated term sheet. I think the staff did a great job of reducing it to pictures. You know, and it's important to understand that we're talking about sewage, we're talking about wastewater. And, you know, right now we have to treat it to a certain level to dump it to the bay. Sometimes we have to pay penalties if we don't get that quite right. And so this is a waste product we're talking about. And we've talked in the past, well, maybe in the future, this waste will have a value. This agreement, you know, starts to put a value on it and actually starts to pay us now. And that's part of the balance that was struck in terms of having a long-term agreement. You know, could it be worth a lot more in 60 years? You know, probably, but it may be, you know, maybe quite a while. So, and again, I think this slide and the next slide, you know, Valley Water is essentially paying us a 23-year option on our treated sewage. They're paying us to build a small water recycling plant. If they build a plant, it could be in Palo Alto, could be elsewhere, and they pay us $1 million a year once that plant starts to operate. You know, for us to request water, it's a lengthy process, but again, there's a contractual agreement that they'll respond to propose something, we have a chance to respond, and then they have time to start providing us water. You know, personally, I'd like to see the large plant end up in Palo Alto. And as was mentioned, there are potentially other locations around our treatment plant or elsewhere. I think the term sheet includes, if I saw the latest version, even ability for Palo Alto to have a first right of refusal at the end of the agreement, or if Valley ever wanted to sell the larger plant, which would, you know, if that occurred, then we would even have the ability to do larger indirect or direct potable reuse. So, you know, again, I think this is a great regional project. We've been working together through the Water Recycling Committee for, I think, over 3 years now. Valley Water has helped pay for our strategic plan, and we're reaching this point where this agreement, tonight's a study session, but it's going to come back to us in November. I think it's going to the Mountain View Council as well. And more than half of this wastewater is Mountain View's wastewater, essentially. So I would urge, you know, my colleagues to kind of get familiar with the details. We're going to have this as an action item in a couple of months. Just a quick comment on the Bay Delta plan. I mean, we as a council supported the Bay Delta plan. I believe supporting this agreement, increasing our use of recycled water, supports that position. You know, politically, Valley Water is currently supporting the SFPUC. They're also in the middle of talks, I think, to try to get a water guarantee from this SFPUC. So I think we need to continue to support, you know, to voice our support for the Delta plan, but we shouldn't let that get in the way of this project, which I think is good for Palo Alto. It's good for Santa Clara County. So that's my comments. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Fine.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to say thank you to staff, to Mountain View staff, and to Valley Water staff all for coming and presenting today. The report was quite helpful. And thanks to everyone who spoke up also. A few questions. There was a mention that we are being asked to reduce our effluent flows into the bay. What's actually driving that? What agency or rule? Or?
So we currently have a permit from the State Water Board. It's a National Pollutant Elimination Discharge systems permit. And in that permit, it specifically states, because we're a shallow water discharger, that we need to reduce flows and that we need to have a recycled water program. And we've had a recycled water program since the early 1980s.
Okay. Is that requirement becoming more strict, and will we be able to meet it in the future absent?
Regulations that impact our facility continue to get more strict. We're not sure how they're going to change and evolve over time. We've been tracking them and actively pursuing upgrades to our facility, because even if we do this regional transfer, we'll still have to meet our NPDES permit requirements. Right. So we're doing a lot of those in parallel.
Okay, but this does actually help? Or?
It does help in terms of reducing the flows into the lower South Bay.
If I could just add a small detail, I believe we even have some limits that are expressed as mass limits. So, you know, if you have a limit that's 100 pounds of a certain pollutant per year, obviously, if you're discharging much less, you're going to dramatically affect that.
The mass limit too. Okay, thank you. Some of my colleagues have touched on the issue that the salt removal facility may be local, may not be. I think that's an important issue to remember. No. So the salt removal will be local. It's the bigger one that could be elsewhere. Sorry. Councilmember Du Bois touched on the Bay Delta plan. I'm kind of in agreement there that we shouldn't necessarily avoid this deal just because of our support for the Bay Delta plan. I also don't really see this as a leverage point in that. I mean, you know, you can ask Director Kremen, will our support of this deal, you know, could we get you guys to support the Bay Delta plan? Probably not. There's bigger things involved there. And that's just something to keep in mind. Kind of a wild card question. What if there's a huge decrease in effluent from this district? What does that look like with this deal?
So we've had lots of discussions in terms of the quality and quantity of effluent available for this transfer. There's a real reason why it's only right now half of our treated effluent, and we even have qualifiers in there. If the effluent drops below that amount, we'd get paid less money because we're obviously giving them less effluent, but we did address those concerns, because we cannot guarantee how much effluent is going to come to our facility.
Right. Okay, thank you. And then just kind of recapping a couple things, I think Councilmember Du Bois hit them pretty well. I'm generally supportive of this because I think this is a good opportunity for us to diversify our supply, potentially increase our customer base for landscaping water. We are helping our county and regional partners in drought resistance. We're expanding recycled water. We could potentially even improve our groundwater or recharge if we need. So I think that diversification is really a smart strategy, especially if we're getting paid to do so for the most part. But I think, you know, to some of the public's comments, if there are specific environmental outcomes that we want to see, can we have those little more stringently documented and perhaps teed up for our November discussion? Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for bringing this forward. I have a few questions. So I guess first question is, and I'm just trying to get clarity on this, is I was under the impression that we actually had more than enough water. So I'm just trying to understand the need for this. Because I thought we have so much water that we didn't have to worry about additional water supply. So I guess maybe can staff maybe shed some light on this? Is this something that we have to really worry about, or even without this, do we have to worry about our water supply?
Sure. Certainly in a normal year, we have enough water. We are, as all water, all entities that rely on imported water, drought can sometimes mean that we need to achieve water use reductions here in Palo Alto, as we did in the last drought. And so this water supply source is a drought-proof supply. And it's also, again, an opportunity to reduce reliance on imported water for other reasons, drought being one, but environmental being another. And so that's why this potential supply source is an interesting one to us. But we have a very good contract with San Francisco for average supply needs, and I would say the ability to ask Valley Water for supply is really it's a last resort backstop. It wouldn't be something that we would ask them for anytime in the near future, but it is a nice security blanket to have it there in case things change dramatically in the future, that we would be able to ask them for a water supply.
Okay, because we had a discussion, I guess about a year or so ago, about water rights, and I think the presentation staff gave was like, we would never have to worry about water. And so I was just kind of surprised to see this. If we, if we have, tremendous amount of water, what's the big, big idea behind this?
I think another significant driver is the city's sustainability and climate action plan and our water goals and initiatives that specifically call for studying and trying to increase the use of recycled water and reducing the salinity of our existing recycled water.
So for you, this is less of a backstop because you probably never need it. It's more of a environmental sustainability type of thing.
That's correct.
I see. Okay. That makes more sense. So it's not really, trying to help if we ever don't have enough water. It's just basically trying to be more environmentally friendly. Although we heard some speakers some members of the public that spoke about this not really doing that. So I guess what are staff's thoughts about that? Because if it's not really a backstop for us to, if we never have to worry about having enough water, right? And, some members of the public are kind of concerned about the environmental impacts. I'm just trying to understand, what's the purpose then?
So our position is that increasing, this is something we can control. We can control at a local level in Palo Alto and Mountain View, taking less Hetch Hetchy water and getting this small salt removal facility built allows that to happen, particularly in Mountain View, where they have more than 60 customers who are ready to hook up today. And so they can pretty dramatically increase the use of recycled water and reduce their Hetch Hetchy demand in the very, very near term. And so we see it as something within our control that we can act upon.
I see. So you see this actually having significant environmental benefits?
The combination of the different bullet points that we put up on the environmental slide combined, we think, amount to significant environmental benefits.
Okay. And then can you go to slide 13? Okay. So I'm just trying to understand how this works. So it's $20 million, is that right? What it says on the slide?
I'm sorry, what, are you talking about the 20, you said $20 million?
Yeah, 20 million.
So that's the capital cost for the small salt removal facility.
Okay. And so Valley Water pays 16, right?
Correct.
And then 200,000 a year?
Correct.
Okay. Is that indefinitely?
For the first 13 years until they start paying for the $1 million.
Okay, so is it 16 plus $200,000 a year, or?
Correct.
Okay. 200,000 a year times 13. I guess I'm looking at the math. Math, shouldn't it be 20? Shouldn't it add up to 20?
No, it should not up to 20. The intent was not that they would pay for the entire facility.
No, but there's also $4 million from Palo Alto and Mountain View, right?
So that's the capital cost. The $20 million is capital cost. The $200,000 is for, a portion of that is for operation and maintenance.
Okay.
And that's where the per year comes.
Okay.
And then there's other money there to try and entice our smaller partners to sign on.
So how would this be split between Palo Alto and Mountain View?
For the capital cost or the $4 million, the delta, well, currently the recycled water agreement that we have with them is that they receive 3/4 of the water and we receive 1/4. So we anticipate that would be similar for the capital costs for the salt removal facility.
Okay, so it's by proportion, right?
Correct.
Okay. But don't other cities use this as well? So shouldn't they also pay their capital cost?
There's no other cities that are currently using recycled water from our
Oh, I see.
facility.
It's only for recycled water. Okay. That makes
There will
sense.
be we will do a small part probably from the partner agencies just in case for the capital costs. So in case one of our partners does want to hook into the system, that they've been covered and they have covered some of the capital costs.
I see. So if anyone else participates, then they would like pay their proportion.
Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Just a brief time check here. We are now at 7:30, which is the scheduled time for this item. Once we finish this, we're going to go to city manager comments, oral communications, the consent calendar, which should take about half an hour. At that point, we should be close to between 8 and 8:30. Council will probably take a 10-minute break at that time, and then we'll come back and discuss the remainder of the items. And so the council meeting is scheduled at the moment to go to 10:30. So at this point, we begin going a little bit later than that. Okay. Councilmember Koo.
Just very quickly, I'm trying to kind of picture in my mind when you're saying from recycled water used for toilets, isn't that one piping that goes into the house? How do you know?
So Mountain View is actually they are our partner agency and they require dual plumbing, which means there's 2 pipes that go into large commercial sites. Specifically, actually, I think now all of their large commercial sites are dual plumbed. So there's one pipe, that's purple pipe for toilet flushing and for landscape irrigation and cooling towers. And then there's a separate pipe for drinking water.
And that's only to commercial?
They do have a hotel as well, but it's not right. It's currently not in residential.
And, it's not in residential, okay. Is there plans for residential?
Not at this point in time. The regulations haven't moved forward.
Okay.
They're struggling with mixed use.
Okay.
And we'll see what happens with that. But the state is working on regulations to try and, at least for mixed use, allow purple pipe.
Thanks.
Okay, let me ask a couple things. So first of all, just out of curiosity, you talked about Long Beach and the indirect potable. How long does the water actually spend in the aquifer before they take it out again? I mean, is it a year or 100 years or a millennium or?
We're trying to see if one of our experts remembers how long it's in the aquifer.
It's definitely not a millennium. It's definitely not 100 years. It's a shorter time period than that. It's maybe
No, I think the hydraulic residence time in the reservoirs, if someone wants to correct me, 60 days? It's 60 days in the reservoirs.
Yeah.
So, and it's a little harder to quantify unless you're doing tracer studies in the groundwater basin.
Okay. So in general, I agree with the idea that getting more use out of the same water is generally a good idea, right? Somebody brought up, if we do this agreement, are we committing ourselves to some land use in the Baylands that conflicts with the open space? Okay. So the way I read the trade-off here, is the main trade-off is, if we do this, then basically we can't do our own large-scale potable water for 76 years. Is that an accurate picture?
We can't locally control it.
Right. So essentially, we're selling a 76-year option for $1 million a year. And so the question is this a good deal for Palo Altans? Right? Do you think it's a good deal? Staff thinks it's a good deal? Okay. So that one seems to me like sort of, okay. That's the question in my mind. Okay. On the environmental issue, I have to tell you I'm a little bit torn. But you're going to know where I'm going instantly when I say the following, right? Which is, Peter will remember that I was one of the people in favor of actually alternate 4. Okay, not even the more moderate alternative 3, right? That said, to try to tie this to Valley Water supporting us on the Bay Delta plan, feels wrong, right? Feels political, right? You know, the reality is, we're one of 23 or so agencies in BOSCA We have our view, they have their view, right? For us to say, well, we're not going to do this unless Valley Water supports our position, sort of feels like, we're going to take our ball and go home unless you do it our way. And I don't think that's how we should work, right? I do think Valley Water should support us on the Bay Delta plan, but not because we're trying to pressure them, but because it's the right thing to do. So here's why it's the right thing to do, okay? The fundamental issue on the Tuolumne is the clash between a finite amount of water, the demands of big ag, and growing population industry in the greater Bay Area, okay? So yeah, we can start taking more water from the Tuolumne and continue to grow some more, but eventually we're going to hit that clash again, okay? And if we step and repeat, if we then say, well, we'll take some more water from the Tuolumne and continue to grow and so forth, that'll be for a while, but we'll hit it again, okay? Every time we take more water from the Tuolumne, we postpone that clash, but we will not postpone it forever, okay? So let's face it now, okay? Because we're going to face it eventually. So let's face it now while we still got the Tuolumne, right? Okay, instead of after we don't. So support us now. Okay. Thank you. Seeing no further comments or questions, I'm going to thank staff, thank our guests.
When is it coming back to us?
This comes back in November, is that right?
November 18th.
Okay. Thanks very much, folks.
Thank you.
Good presentation by staff. We now move to agenda changes and deletions, and the only one that I would note from the earlier published schedules last week is that we're going to take up the Caltrain issue as the first action item, which was continued from a week ago. City manager comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Let's see, I have a few items of note. Let's see, first, just in terms of PG&E and possible public safety electricity shutoffs, as hopefully most members of the community are aware, PG&E warned of a potential public safety power shutoff for the San Francisco Bay Area from today through Wednesday of this week due to the red flag warning issued by the National Weather Service. PG&E does not directly serve electricity to the City of Palo Alto utilities customers. However, the city does intake electricity from PG&E, and as a result, could be affected by any outage from PG&E. Potential outages could last several days. As a result, the city is encouraging the public to be prepared, and there are several steps for preparation suggested on our website at cityofpaloalto.org. Let me first hit a couple of calendar items and then come back to one last note. Just in terms of upcoming meetings for the week, we have the Connecting Palo Alto XCAP, or Expanded Community Advisory Panel meeting this Wednesday, September 25th from 4 to 6 p.m. That will be here at City Hall Community Meeting Room. As the council knows, the Connecting Palo Alto Expanded Community Advisory Panel is made up of a group of Palo Altans and other stakeholders tasked with evaluating rail grade separation alternatives. Their next meeting is scheduled this week and will discuss various topics, including a summary of the Churchill alternatives and sub options, review of the South Palo Alto animations that have now been completed, and the plan for the November 7th community meeting. I'd also like to note that the design workshop previously scheduled for September 27th has been postponed. Once again, for details, we have our Connecting Palo Alto website, which is connectingpaloalto, all one word, .com. Also on Sunday, September 29th, Bike Palo Alto taking off from Fairmeadow School. This will be the 10th annual Bike Palo Alto, returning for riders of all ages, kicking off our walk and roll week at local schools. The event consists of 3 self-guided tours, self-guided routes, highlighting bike bridges, underpassing, and alternatives to busier streets. Details on bikepaloalto.org. And then finally, just one update. I would like to address a media report regarding our public safety response in response to a recent 911 call. This may be obvious, but we're stating that protecting the safety and well-being of the public are vital services provided by the city. Our public safety staff, including our dispatchers, public police officers, and firefighters are on the front line every day, serving our community with pride, dedication, and focus. At the same time, we do take community concerns raised about a recent 911 call very seriously. The details of this public safety call are complex and involve medical details about individuals. City's approach to sharing public information is always to provide as much detail as possible while recognizing the rights of individual citizens and city employees. Public safety call on June 3rd initially triggered fire crews to wait for police personnel to assess the situation before fire crews provided emergency medical services. This practice is an unfortunate byproduct of an environment where police and fire encounter unpredictable and potentially dangerous situations. The city is adjusting its practice to more effectively ensure that this approach addresses its goals, and this review is continuing. Since June, the city has provided additional training for staff and revised the city's staging practice and other protocols to improve our public safety response. The city provided a statement to the Palo Alto Weekly on September 4th of this year about this 911 call that identified details of changes in city practice that have been implemented since the call took place. The full statement can now be viewed on the city's website at cityofpaloalto.org. The city sympathizes with the individuals involved and their family, recognizing the difficulty of the circumstances involved. We nonetheless want our community to have full confidence that our public safety departments remain committed to providing the highest level of professional services and demonstrate this each and every day. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council.
Thank you. We now move to oral communications.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Is that on the website now?
Let's see. If it is not, it will be momentarily.
Let's see. So we have 3 speakers. Jack Morton, David Cole, and then Ed Schmidt speaking for Fred Balin, Becky Sanders, Paul Machado, and Bob Moss. And Ed Schmidt, how long do you need? Well, we'll get there when you get here. First speaker is Jack Morton, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. In 10 days, the Palo Alto community will have the opportunity to join together to celebrate Palo Alto's 125 years of innovation. 125 years ago, there was no Palo Alto utility, no Lucy Stern Center, no Baylands Preserve, no Foothills Open Space. There was no children's theater. There was not even an outdoor ice skating rink, to which I have a tendency to revert to occasionally. No Gamble Gardens, to mention just a few of the outstanding things that we together have established. Then residents came together to find ways of bringing about quietly the change that would enhance the lives of fellow citizens. On behalf of the Palo Alto Recreation Foundation, I am here tonight to extend our personal invitation for you to join us October the 4th to celebrate the past 125 years and to welcome the next 125 years. I bring you hot off the press the agenda for the Black and White Ball, which promises an evening of excitement fit for a centenarian plus 25 years. So if you haven't got your tickets, please join us October 4th. You don't have to dance, but you can enjoy the evening with the kind of quiet exuberance that typifies Palo Alto. Thank you.
Thank you. David Cole.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm here to talk about one of the city's top priorities, and that is climate change. I was wondering if any of you made it to the rally this last Friday? Hands, anybody? It was a really wonderful event. I've never seen so many Palo Altans and other people come out for this issue. for any issue, actually. Here's what some of the signs said from our youth. I would be in school if you were doing your job. I was a youth in San Francisco. Don't make me afraid to have children. You will die of old age. I will die of climate change. Just this morning, in front of the UN Climate Summit, Greta Thunberg blasted the world leaders for failing to act on climate change. This includes all of us. Please review her address. I sent it in your email, and for those people listening, please look this up on the web. It is not to be missed. I'm asking you to act on 2 specific items, and staff is already working on these, so this should be pretty easy. There's a building reach code coming up. Please ask staff to have an all-electric only proposal that has been done by Berkeley and now the city of San Jose. We would be in very good company. I'm on the Green Building Technical Advisory Committee, and while the staffers presented a few options, they do not have an all-electric only plan. An all-electric requirement has been shown to be cost-effective and is much more healthy for residents while setting a good example of where we need to go with our buildings. A good, cost-effective, healthy example that addresses climate change. I think that is a requirement that everyone can live with. The other item, there needs to be a process in place that would require the review of any large expenditures or projects being done by the city that would consider the climate change impacts of that project. This would not have to be an extensive study. It'd be more of like a checklist to make sure that these items were covered. This is also being worked on by staff, but it's now held up for review by department heads and the city manager. This should be done by the end of the year. Staff and the city manager need to hear from council that these items and climate change issues are a top priority. Most governments move slower than our melting glaciers. So we need to ask staff for bold, far-reaching plans to address climate change. You need to give them the cover to really take action on climate change. And as Greta Thunberg mentioned in her address, we will be watching. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And our final speaker will be Ed Schmidt, speaking for 4 other people. Hey, Ed. How much time do you need?
About 4 minutes.
Super. You can have at least 5.
Okay. Good evening, council members. My name is Ed Schmidt, and I have lived in Palo Alto with my family since 1972. I am supporting Fred Ballin's investigative efforts in exposing some irregular practices in our city. I have a PhD degree with a mathematics minor and a few courses in architectural drawing and design. I have created countless technical drawings over my professional career. Commissioner Michael Olczyk's original house improvement plans included a garage, but he convinced the city inspectors that it was a carport, and maybe it was. But as construction proceeded, he built somewhat beyond plan specifications, and city inspectors approved these first changes. Shortly after that approval, and without application plans or permits, further enclosure of the walls occurred and garage doors were added. How did I get involved in this? A few months ago, my neighbor Fred asked if I could determine building dimensions from viewing pictures of a house. I told Fred it was possible if we had enough relative parameters such as location of a vanishing point and known dimensions of objects in the picture. Fred told me about his investigation and showed me photos of 2 houses under construction throughout their construction phases, and this was all captured by Google Street View cars at a height of just under 6 feet, and that established the elevation of the vanishing point. In the first slide, we can see how you can get schematic and drawings with reference points like a man, the height of a fence, the door jamb, and all of that will allow us to determine that that fence on the left, that little wall, is 4 feet high exactly. Let's look at some historical images, starting with the house at Madison. On the left, on that picture, you can see vertical studs, and there are 15 of them. They are unenclosed so that birds could fly through them, and no roll-up door is indicated. This is the top view, illustrates the orientation of those 15 open studs. Next picture shows the construction site, which is a little hard to see with that tree in the middle, but if you brighten up the cameras, you can see that. That 4-foot wall on the left that was shown before can easily be seen here. Next slide, there's okay. Several months later, observed that the whole wall is enclosed. All that under the tree on the left, that's an enclosed wall. So those studs are no longer there, and the whole wall has been closed up. After this picture was taken, or before this picture was taken, there was a garage door on that house. The next picture is a structure that's on Phillips. It's called Phillips Street or whatever, and that drawing was also approved from those plans. And on the right, go back a bit. On the right, underneath that window-like opening, that was that there was a wall in there. The next picture shows that it is, and if you can go up a little bit, it's a 24. It's designed to be a 24-inch wall. Well, after we have gone through our dimensional studies, we can see that it wasn't a 24-inch wall, it was a 48-inch wall. So the next slide is the house, that Phillips house, after construction was all complete, and that the garage doors are on it. So from an approved set of plans that said, we're going to put a carport here or a parking structure, it's turned into a full garage. And that happened on 2 houses. So I have read Fred's completed investigation report. I think you have had all copies of it. The investigation was regarding what Commissioner Alchek did and the city's responses to those actions. It is the council's responsibility to properly deal with these violations and abuses of city processes, and I hope you agree with me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we now move to minutes approval for the September 9th meeting. And I'll move approval of the action minutes from September 9th.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Cormack. Would you vote on the board, please? And that passes unanimously. We now move to the consent calendar. We have 3 items on the consent calendar tonight. Would anybody like to register a no vote? Seeing no lights, is there any public comment on the consent calendar?
Councilmember Niss, Councilmember Niss, this is the one you need to recuse from. Yeah.
I have a light from Councilmember Niss.
Yes, because my family owns a property that is in the annual Williamson Act contract, I need to be recused on number 5.
So I'll move consent.
Second.
Seeing no lights, would you vote on the board, please? And that passes unanimously with Councilmember Niss recused on item 5. I have a light on from Councilmember Koo. Oh, sorry. Okay. With that, we are ready for the action calendar. I think what we should do is take a 10-minute break right now and come back at 8:05 and take up the Caltrain issue, which is item 7A, if that's acceptable to council. Okay. Thank you, and we'll see you in 10. Okay, the council has returned. We are going to take up item 7A, comment on the Caltrans business plan, long-range service vision. And let's see, comments from staff.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I'll just give you a brief sort of entry to the discussion. This is really an opportunity for the council to tell us if you would like to comment on the Caltrain long-range service vision that has been developed as a part of its proposed or its business plan that has been in the works for a while. Council did receive a presentation from Caltrain staff on May 13th of this year, providing an outline of the work done to date. And since that time, Caltrain has developed a fairly lengthy text of a draft long-range service vision. In our report, we did indicate the expectation that this would be coming forward to the Caltrain board, the JPP board, for review and possible action in early October. We have heard that there may be, well, first that date has not yet been set, so there may be some additional time for both interaction and depending on when that is actually scheduled. Just a couple of slides to, again, tee up your discussion. As we think about the ways that staff and council is engaged with Caltrain in the development of the business plan, there are a couple of touch points, or a few touch points through which we might pursue any direction from staff, or I'm sorry, from the council. So on this slide, we have here council could consider giving us direction to reinforce that Caltrain's service delivery directly relates to the importance of advancing grade separation projects. As council would note, the existing service vision is largely focused on the level of service, the frequency of service that would be provided by Caltrain, and through some of the discussions pointed out that that service level really cannot be achieved without significant investment in grade separations. That is acknowledged in the long-range service vision, so it's really a question of whether the characterization in that statement is sufficient from a Palo Alto perspective. Depending on that direction from council, you could authorize and direct both the council's designee on the local policymaker group, that's Councilmember Koo, to share Palo Alto's perspective and position with the LPMG. And then for staff, we would advocate with our counterparts both at Caltrain as well as with other agencies to reinforce the importance of a comprehensive and integrated strategy for funding and implementing grade separations. I would note, just one quick other slide, in the staff report that we provided with you, we did make reference to some options, and so just to give a little bit of context for these three options that were included in your staff report. Number one, arguably is already a part of the service vision in that Caltrain's service vision must recognize that it's dependent on grade separations acceptable to the affected communities. Again, there is text in the service vision related to grade separation, so it's really a question of whether council believes that's adequate or we should be advocating a stronger statement with respect to grade separations. Second option would be that Caltrain must commit to addressing grade separations prior to adopting a long-range service vision, perhaps, again, communicating to Caltrain the importance of making a commitment to implementing grade separations as a part of the upcoming adoption. Or third, and really arguably the most aggressive position, that Caltrain must include a feasibility study of passing tracks in northern Santa Clara County before adopting a long-range service vision. That third option is not something that staff made up. It was actually included as a part of Mountain View's discussion back in April when or actually it may have been May, when the City of Mountain View was considering its position relative to Caltrain's service vision. Now, That was prior to an actual draft being put out, and I know that Mountain View is considering staff is considering coming back for further direction from their council. But again, just wanted to make sure the council's aware that that option 3 is not something that we here in Palo Alto made up. But again, recognize that there has been quite a bit of progress made on the specificity since that time. So with that, let me go back to the options for consideration, and back to you, Mr. Mayor, for your discussion on council's preference on how we approach next steps.
So before we do that, let me make sure I understand what you just said, which is item 3 on the next page about the passing tracks in North Santa Clara County. You said Mountain View has brought that up, but the item before us tonight is to provide feedback on the business plan, which has to be done by October the 3rd, right?
That was the date we had originally been told. Now, at this point, I think staff, Caltrain staff is indicating that they're maybe less sure that that'll be the date. It may be later.
Okay. So has Mountain View already expressed its position in such feedback to Caltrain?
They did. I don't know what that interaction was since that time.
Okay. We now return to council for questions, comments, and motions. Councilmember Niss. We have a public speaker, so let's we'll do public comment first. We have only one, which is Herb Borak. Herb, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi. At the time Caltrain was going through the environmental review process, the council had an opportunity to make its views known, and if Caltrain didn't address them, to sue them and to address it in court. I'm not sure what leverage at all the council might have on the business plan. Last week, the High-Speed Rail Authority approved the project definition for its environmental review for the San Francisco to San Jose segment. They also call that the preferred alternative. They have no grade separations, just quad gates, train all at grade, and they have a high level of the same 4 high-speed trains Caltrain does, and only 6 Caltrains instead of 8 round trips at peak. In Caltrain's service vision, essentially what they're doing is saying that we're going to need grade separations, we'll have all these trains. Well, why are we going to have all the trains? Well, in Plan Bay area, the growth in employment in these 3 counties served by Caltrain from 2010 to 2040 is over 800,000. But the highest number you can get for Caltrain's increase in commuters in that same period of time would be between 10 and 11% of that number. So you have all those other people traveling some other way, and even if they don't cross the tracks, their travel is going to be impeded if there are no grade separations. Our main interest would be who's paying for it. But we don't want people to have a guarantee of development rights in the future by paying for it now, but the point is to pay for it now. And Caltrain, unlike, say, high-speed rail, assumes that the only way it can operate is with an operating source of funds from someplace else rather than from its operations. And in its slide presentation on its long-range vision, it compares itself to London and Buenos Aires and Toronto that have commuter train systems in the millions, and here we have the small system of Caltrain. So it's an interesting choices you're being given by the staff, but what difference does it make to Caltrain? What control, if any, do you have on what they're going to be doing at this stage now that they have an environmental approval for the project that they're conducting?
Thank you. We now return to council for questions, comments, and motions. Councilmember Niss.
Well, no motion as yet, but as I look at page 3, it looks like this goes backwards. I would think you'd want a feasibility study of the passing tracks before you adopted a long-range vision service. And then you would go to number 2 to adopt the long range. But the long range has to recognize it's dependent on grade separations, because this train is not going to make great speed if it has erratic grade separations all along the way. So one thing that I don't recall, and somebody might, San Mateo County now has how many grade separations of those that are necessary? Anybody know?
It's 42 total, right?
Pardon?
42 total between...
42 needed or 42?
42 total needed between 4th and King and Diridon.
And Diridon?
42 at-grade crossings that need to be
Okay,
dealt with.
so let's see if we can put this together. How many have been done in San Mateo County?
I don't know, but I know we've got 8 here in North County.
8 done.
8 to be done. I don't know the number that have been done.
None done. I think it would help if we had some of these stats, everybody, rather than sitting here and wondering what needs to be done and when.
If I may?
Uh-huh.
So on page 4 of the Palo Alto booklet, which was submitted by CARD last week, it has them in order. So you want the ones in San Mateo County? I have to do some math. Do you want just to San Jose, or do you want all the way down to Gilroy?
I think we ought to know all of them. I mean, what really is in front of
Okay,
Caltrain?
4, 6, 8, 10, 18 from Palo Alto to San Jose.
So that's our county. So Santa Clara
4,
County is
6,
18.
8, 10, 18 from Palo Alto to San Jose. If you go ahead and include Morgan Hill, unincorporated Santa Clara County, and Gilroy has 9, you get another 21.
Okay, we'll leave them out for now. So 18 needed between
And then,
us.
do you want the total for San Mateo County?
Uh-huh, please.
Okay, so, sorry, South San Francisco is San Mateo County or San Francisco County? Pardon me, I don't know. San Mateo? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 8, 18, and 6 is 24, 26, 30, 30? I'll double check my math. Or somebody else can double check me at page 4.
Allison, do they have 30 to be done? Because they have done quite a few.
Well, that's the total that there are. My printer, it was in gray and black and white, so I'm not sure what that's the total. Yeah, to be done, I don't know. We'd have to have somebody look at the actual grayscale, which I can't tell from my printer.
So the real question and why this is so important is grade separations are extremely expensive. And if we're looking at simply 18 in our county, and we have Measure B funding to depend on, and we don't have any other source of income at the moment, I think if Caltrain doesn't have the feasibility study of the passing tracks in North Santa Clara County before they adopt this long-range vision, I don't know how they adopt a long-range vision. In our city alone, we've talked about something between, we've gone from 750, 850, somewhere in that range. So I think we need some more specificity for Caltrain, and I don't believe at this point that they have discussed the matter whatsoever of attempting to share the cost. So you wanted to say something, Ed?
I think that's fair. They have started the discussion of what organizational structure would be necessary in order to both build as well as run a system that is as robust as would be needed for the long-range service vision. But that's, I think, just started as a point of discussion.
So, as I said, I won't get to a motion yet, but I can see where we need to be, where we need to be going.
You're highlighting the importance of number 2 there, I think, is that if I read you right.
Right, yes. So I'll let somebody else pick it up and how we're going to get it done.
Councilmember Du Bois.
So I think we should certainly give comments, if that was one of the questions. And I think, again, I agree with emphasizing the need for grade separations and coordination. There was some interesting questions about Cal Ave and their forecast. They showed the same level of service, but under the high level, we actually had less passengers at Cal Ave, and I think we should ask for clarification about that. And then I also don't know if we have any internal forecast about the needs of the research park, but also maybe asking how they see the Cal Ave station helping to meet those needs. I don't know, are you guys jotting down notes or?
I'm actually kind of processing this. You know, quite frankly, the email from Nadia Naik had a series of questions, and I think to a certain extent the question for us becomes, what do we do with both the questions and the answers? Yep. And there could be a significant level of effort involved both in chasing down those questions, as well as, again, then the question for us, what do we do with that information? I think the Caltrain approach to the business plan to this point has been to try to get a macro scale sense of both the cost and potential ridership benefit of these options. And so I think many of those questions might be refinements of some of the specifics of the forecast, but
well, I think if we're sending in a letter, I mean, universities, the top ridership outside of San Francisco. Mm-hmm. We have I think a fair amount of traffic in town, or if you try to use Caltrain, you get off at University and then you commute somewhere else. And so I think asking questions about their forecasted level of service around Cal Ave is actually really important to us. And I could see it being a paragraph or two in our letter. And again, I think it's the interaction with the research park. And if the level of service at Cal Ave doesn't change, like, are they actually forecasting that people use University more?
This is from Sebastian.
So,
right? Yeah.
So I think there's kind of the interplay for University and Cal Ave that's important to us.
Yeah, so if I can, I'm Philip Cami, the Chief Transportation Official. So we actually discussed some of these issues with Caltrain, and should note that their travel demand model indicated that when they had higher levels of service, that their model suggested that more of those passengers would go to the station that had the higher level of service, which is Palo Alto Station. That's why there was,
right.
When a service had a higher level of,
right. So I think the question from us as a city, is that what we want? Or do we want a higher level of service at Cal Ave, which would distribute that traffic more evenly, right? I mean, that's what I was just saying. The University Station has the better level of service, so that's where people go, even if you're trying to get to South Palo Alto.
Yeah, so I also want to highlight another thing that was mentioned in this email that I think is probably relevant, is that they said that actual ridership outcomes will vary based on realized changes to land use, service, and station access and egress options.
Okay, which takes me to my next point, which is really about this issue of passing tracks, either at the station or elsewhere. And do we as a council think we want 4 tracks at Cal Ave Station, which is one of the options in the business plan, and it seems to be entirely reasonable for us to comment on. So I think the choices are the 2 Mountain View stations or the 2 Palo Alto stations. So I will leave that as an open question. I personally don't have a strong position on that one, but I think it's something we should address.
So you think that's adequately addressed in asking them to do a feasibility study of passing tracks before adopting a long-range service vision, or do you think we need to be more specific?
Well, there's passing tracks for high-speed rail, and then there's passing at the stations for Caltrain. And in their business plan, they're saying that one of these 4 stations will need to have 4 tracks. I mean, if if Cal Ave was chosen, maybe it would come with grade set money. I don't know. I don't know if there's a negotiation to be had there, because obviously it'd be expensive to rebuild the station. So I'm not sure if it covers it. So again, I guess I'm picturing that we're giving comments to write a letter to Caltrain about their business plan. I think giving some detailed feedback beyond these 3 bullet points is useful.
I think that's one of the things that council has to sort of grapple with tonight, which is, how detailed do we want to get? I mean, in principle, we could do something as detailed as the Stanford GOP response, which, versions of which had several dozen items on it, right?
Yep.
And then the question is of, comprehensiveness versus focus, right?
Yeah, somewhere between 3 and 10. So the letter from CARD also talked about kind of Measure A, but it left out Measure B, which actually included station improvement money as well. And so I think some, and maybe it doesn't belong in the letter, maybe it's something, Philip, that you just find out, but it's really a question of how much of that Measure A and B funds have been allocated, and what's the process for us to apply for some of those funds.
That's the VTA, right?
It is VTA. And, I think Caltrain and VTA are kind of have some interesting kind of interaction. Right. And
Say more.
well, so the other one on the Measure B, and for grade subs, is the VTA has told us that they won't bond the grade separation money.
Right.
Do we want in this letter to ask Caltrain to urge VTA to consider bonding it for grade subs because Caltrain needs the grade subs for their long-range service vision?
You could remember a lot of the same people that are on Caltrain board that
Right.
are also on VTA.
So kind of pointing out the incongruity if Caltrain, our number one point here is that we need grade subs. So Caltrain, even though Caltrain and VTA are kind of the same people, Caltrain should be supporting kind of bonding of Measure B.
First, I just wanted to say that this is the long-range service vision, and today I talked with Caltrain a bit, and they informed us that there will be a portion of their business plan that will address funding strategies, and not that that necessarily answers our questions, but potentially it could.
Yep.
The other one is in talks with VTA, they informed me that they have not officially stated that they would not bond, and we actually have a meeting this week where we're going to be talking about some different bonding strategies, not necessarily to be fulfilled by VTA, but as a possibility.
That's good news. So maybe in the Caltrain letter, we could refer to funding strategies and say, we'd appreciate support for bonding of any, possible funds, something,
Yeah, and also if I can, in my talks with Caltrain today, I found that this, is intended, and as you might expect, for them to have as a guiding vision document for the service. And so they hope that the rest of the components of that, everything that leads to that would be captured elsewhere.
Right. So again, I think there's a way you could word it at a high level that as a policy or as a philosophy, they should be supportive of funding sources that will advance their business plan. And then the last one is really what I think we just started to touch on, which was, I think Ed mentioned the organizational discussion. And again, I think we had, I can't remember the gentleman from Southern California where they formed a construction authority. It was actually very informative, and I personally would support the idea of some kind of construction authority if that's part of their business plan. And, if my colleagues agree, that may be something we want to emphasize in our letter as well.
If I can add to that, I think was it last week, the study session with our federal lobbyist also informed us that, the more this can be considered holistically, and, this is an entire, maybe a mega project, the more competitive it could be for funding. So I think that's valid.
Vice Mayor Fine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for this short presentation. we've been seeing Caltrain bring its business plan to us in various forms, or at least staff transmitting that to us over a couple of years now. And I think we should keep our comments focused on that. We have a lot of questions about rail, about funding, about construction authorities and all these ideas, but I would just encourage us to keep focused on what's the highest value thing we need out of Caltrain as they are beginning to finalize and thinking about voting on this long-term business plan. And so I would just encourage us in our letter, and I'll try making a motion in a moment, to thank Caltrain for their evolving business plan. I actually think in terms of the type of documents we often see from government agencies, this is actually one of the higher caliber ones, and they've done a lot of legwork and actually made it understandable as well to a wide range of audiences, so they're to be commended for that. And I really think our letter should emphasize as strongly as possible that grade separations up and down the corridor as acceptable to their communities are the most critical issue to solve for the business plan to succeed. And in my view, everything else kind of follows from that. If they don't solve the grade separation issue, their business plan, whatever level of service they're looking at, really doesn't work. The passing tracks flow from their level of service decision, whether they go for the moderate or the high growth. It's not, whether the passing tracks from Palo Alto or Mountain View. It's really what kind of service vision they're looking at and how that interacts with high-speed rail. And I'll just, being frank with everyone, I kind of see the passing tracks, although it's argued they're used for HSR, I kind of see them being used a little bit for both. And Caltrain is really just, pushing its own service vision. HSR may fit in, may not, but Caltrain is looking for their own vision. So I would just make a motion that we send a letter to Caltrain thanking them for this continued work on their business plan, and that we want to emphasize as strongly as possible that grade separations acceptable to the affected communities up and down the corridor are the most critical issue to solve in order for the business plan to succeed.
Motion on the floor by Vice Mayor Fine.
I can give you some words in a moment. Sorry.
Vice Mayor Fine, seconded by Councilmember Niss.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Please continue speaking your motion.
It's roughly number one. I think
That's number two, right?
it's mainly number one, actually. Well, I guess it's number two, yeah. Caltrain must commit to addressing grade separations prior to adopting long-range service vision. That's the main issue we need out of this, actually. I think when we think about the service vision in the whole region, that's the number one thing. And when we think about what we're focused on here in Palo Alto, it's grade separations. We understand there are issues from the passing tracks, but we don't have definition there yet. And Caltrain will be working on that. In terms of construction authority, Councilmember Du Bois, you brought this issue up a number of times. I think there is some promise there. I just don't really see this letter as the right mode for that. So that's my thoughts.
Councilmember Niss, care to speak to your second?
I don't think there's a lot to add to it. We send a lot of letters, and whether or not they make a difference is always a question. But I think one of the things we have to keep doing is working with this group on a continuous basis and with VTA, because we are not going to get the money that we're going to need unless we do that.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you. Willing to support the motion. Yes, it's a letter. Just a couple things beforehand. One around 4 tracks and one around stations and a few other things. Are we working at all with Mountain View on this location of 4 tracks? Have we chatted with their staff about?
We have, and at the same time, it really goes back to Caltrain, and Caltrain has indicated that they have not started any specific study of the appropriate location.
Okay, and we received a public comment last week from Friends of Caltrain indicating that, in something different from what I heard from Vice Mayor Fine, that Redwood City Sequoia would be the only location that would be needed for passing tracks until high-speed rail. Is that your can you help me reconcile the various statements?
I believe that was actually Adina, if I might.
Yes, it was, from Friends of
reference her
Caltrain.
Specifically, her analysis indicating that would be the priority.
Okay.
But other than her analysis, I really haven't seen that written up before.
Okay. Absent that, we'll stick with the plan in front of us.
If I can just add one thing, the April Mountain View City Council meeting that city manager referenced earlier. One of the items that was included in the motion by that city council was that Caltrain should conduct a feasibility study of passing track locations before adopting a service vision.
Okay, so that was where the number 3 came from. Okay, thank you. I think one thing that if we'll be discussing grade separations in this context that the maker and seconder might want to consider is if you look at page 2 of their draft long-range version, service vision, a lot of words here, it's like our NV cap, you got to spell them all out. The largest single chunk, and it may just be the way that they did this, is planned to come from the city's end for grade separation. So I think separate from them even achieving their long-range vision, they have to recognize the enormous contribution that this is, just sheer numbers. So I'm sure there's a nice way to phrase that. I would suggest the maker and seconder consider adding that, or staff can just nod and that would be fine. Another thing in there that, okay, we talked about overtake infrastructure, same thing. And I wonder if any of my colleagues are concerned about the subsidy issue. So that's on page 13. It's on actually a variety of places, but the need for the subsidy will continue to grow. And I don't know if that's something Councilmember Koo might want to weigh in on, since she serves on this, and help us think through whether or not that's something to address. I just pose that as something for my colleagues to consider. And then finally, the station modifications that are listed on page 15 of their plan. It's packet page 122 from last week. Sorry, I didn't update to this week. Station modifications, platform lengthening, level boarding. I don't know how concerned we should be about that. So again, I wonder if the maker and seconder have any things we might want to consider adding. I'll wait and see what everyone else has to say, but those are the other concerns I have, but I'm happy to support.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, I don't disagree that grade subs are number 1 at all. So if we want to focus this letter on that one priority, I support the motion. I agree with what Councilmember Niss said too, though, that we need to really stay in touch. We need to stay in touch on these other issues, particularly funding. So I hope staff will treat some of these other comments as a bit of a study session, and as we talk to these organizations, and I think if we have follow-up letters, we can get a lot more detailed in things that I'm bringing up, Councilmember Cormack and others are bringing up.
Well, in principle, we could say something about funding as part of the grade separation focus.
Yeah, and again, even the construction authority idea is in their business plan, but if our focus is to just focus on our number 1 issue, I'm on board with that. I just think some of these other elements are important. We should just bring them up at the appropriate time. So,
just a quick response. I mean, you can maybe combine some of Councilmember Cormack's comments and yours if staff were to say something. Even the business plan that Caltrain is proposing, the single largest funding source is, local money for grade separations, and we are actively pursuing other sources, and we hope you'll help. Something along that line.
If I might add to that, I do think there are opportunities through ongoing interactions, both with VTA and Caltrain, to push that priority, and certainly as it relates to Caltrain's need for establishment of ongoing funding, as was noted related to the subsidy, that these issues can appropriately be tied together in ways that may help advance Palo Alto's interests. So I think it's useful for the council to identify these as priority issues for us that we'll pursue informally and then bring it forward to you when there are opportunities for formal action.
Councilmember Koo.
So the motion, I'm supportive of the motion. I just would like to see that there's more mention about, it's so broad in terms of emphasizing that grade separation up and down the corridor is a critical problem to solve. But I'd actually like to see that included in it is wording that states to address at-grade crossings involving, which will involve design criteria, funding, and implementation of responsibility. So there's actually more of what we want them to do, or what we'd like to see from them. Yeah, I mean, it's not just emphasize grade separations on up and down the corridor, the most critical problem to solve in order for the business plan to proceed, but which should include among other key factors, design criteria, funding, and implementation responsibility.
I'm not averse to putting that in the letter. I was just trying to keep this motion really just
But I'd
high
like
level.
to ask staff
And
also,
okay.
if that's all right. Ed?
Let's see, so for the purpose of the letter, I think we can articulate some dimensions, as you just pointed out. It's funding, it's how it's implemented, and the design criteria piece, maybe we'll noodle a bit on how best to state that. You know, clearly having some consistency on how they're making decisions is part of the interaction we're already having with Caltrain. So we can certainly have that referenced in the letter.
Is that okay with the maker and the seconder?
I think.
It's sounding as though Ed has the notion and can put it into the motion. I think that's what I'm hearing.
Into the letter? Into your motion, which will generate the letter?
Yeah, no, I understand your point.
I mean, main point here is to ensure that Caltrain has an active role in helping us develop this plan, you know, including the funding part of it.
Yes, I think that would be very helpful, and we'll incorporate that into the letter.
Councilmember Cormack.
I wonder if we want the last word of this to be succeed rather than proceed?
Yeah.
Okay,
That's better.
thank you.
Thank you.
One more question. So Caltrain has had a really close working relationship with San Mateo County, you know, for example, the 29th Avenue station. I was wondering if we can ask them also to have a close relationship working with Santa Clara County to make sure that we have ours, you know, in many ways to get it going and, you know, to have it funded and to have actually seeing something come together. I don't know how they procured.
So, Lydia, if I just could speak back to that, because the person who heads up Caltrain also heads up their congestion management and also their transportation, you know, there's Amtrans. And what has happened is that the county imposed a tax, which I think, I don't remember exactly what it was, but it has resulted in the money being available for the grade separations that they've used. And that's made a big difference. But the fact that Caltrain is all under sort of this one roof of transportation in that county makes a difference as far as, I thought it made a difference when I was on the Caltrain board. You know, I can't say for sure it does, but my perception was that made a big difference.
So that was from county imposing a tax. It wasn't from diversion of HSR funds towards the 29th Avenue project?
I don't know how that one was funded, but I know that a lot of the others were funded with that special tax.
Okay, because I thought I remembered Assemblymember Berman saying something to that effect.
I think there have been many different ways that they have done their grade crossings, but they've done a lot of grade crossings, especially compared to what we've done. I don't know when on this, between here and San Jose, I don't know when the last grade crossing would have been done.
I think it's also, well, thank you for that, Councilmember Niss, but also I think it's probably important to also add that we are the second highest capacity station here in Palo Alto. which deserves some assistance here. So I think, basically the motion does state that, but a reminder would be helpful.
Seeing no further comment, would you vote on the motion, please? And that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. We now move to our final action item of the evening, which is a colleague's memo from council members Du Bois and Koo regarding affordable housing goals. Is there a short staff presentation?
Until Mr. Late is here, there is not. He did have a couple of slides that might be helpful.
He was here, I saw him a minute ago.
Let's see, well, let me poke around a bit and stall, and let's see if he can join us. Get this queued up.
Here comes Mr. Lay.
Great, thank you.
That's a lot of text.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. You guys picked up some time there.
You may take an extra half hour.
So, I guess I'm mostly here to provide any kind of support to the council in its discussion of the colleagues memo. I was asked to put together a couple of slides that sort of highlight where we are with respect to the 6 colleagues memo recommendations and sort of the status and where they are relative to staff's work on some of these items. Starting with the first item, the Palmer fix and exploring possible increases to the on-site affordability. This is a work item that is well underway, and actually before the council had adopted the housing incentive program in May, we were nearly done with this report, but we had to make some changes because the housing incentive program changes the financial feasibility of what can be accomplished on the types of developments that we are anticipating being seen with that program. So work is underway, and we expect to have a draft for our internal staff review in the next month or so. And then we would plan on going to the to the Planning Commission to share those results, and then return later this year with an ordinance that reflects the direction of that item. The second recommendation is a request to increase the commercial office impact fees. That is not currently on our work program, so if that is something that the council is interested in, that would be direction that we would like to receive from the council. The third item is one having to do with the density bonus, and this one is fairly prescribed by state law. And so we're welcome to hear some feedback from the council on what specifically you might be interested in changes in this one. This is not currently on our work program. Item number 4 is the feasibility of in lieu fees. This is the no net housing loss. This is part of our work program that was adopted by the City Council. We've done little research on this one right now, but it's an interesting topic that we are looking forward to study further in the coming year. And let's see, item number 5 is protections for the cottage clusters and the low-density housing. This is another one that is also on the work program. We would like to get some council feedback, some clarity as to whether or not we're talking about the physical form of these buildings being preserved or finding ways to help preserve them. Or are we talking about the number of units that are existing that are there? Some of the recommendations in the colleagues' memo seem to speak to both issues. And then lastly, there's the exploring the restricting or prohibiting the loss of residential units to some commercial use or hotel use. And so that's currently not resourced. This slide here, at the risk of being too colorful, sort of highlights in that first top half the housing work program that the council adopted for 2018-2019. The first bullet under each of those, my designation, I guess, of the priority for those is similar to the items that were identified on the colleagues' memo. So the orange bullets are also on the colleagues' memo in the top of each of those columns, followed by additional tasks that are on the work program that we intend to get to as we're able to work that into our schedule. The second half of this page just informs the council on some other policy projects that we're currently working on, and I'm speaking directly to those columns underneath the blue heading. And then that orange heading toward the bottom right are the other items that were included in the colleagues' memo that are currently unresourced and not a part of our work program. So I'll end there, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
So I think at this point, I'm going to ask the authors of the memo to make a few remarks, and then we'll go to the public for comment, and then we'll come back to council, if that's okay.
So, well, first, thank you for hearing this and putting it onto the calendar. As Councilmember Du Bois and I mentioned in our memo, that it's been quite some time since the ordinances have been, barriers to the ordinances to build more housing has been removed, and all the low-hanging fruit, such as fixing the Palmer fix, having the Palmer fix be implemented, has been slow in taking place. And while we have inclusionary housing for, inclusionary zoning for sale homes, we don't have any for rental development. And with all the state laws that are coming at us, a lot of it is going to be towards, it's going to encourage more of the rental housing to come through. So we should have this in place, given that we do see from, based on the numbers that you have provided, our regional housing relocation numbers, we do have sufficient. I think Jonathan was the one you said that we do have the numbers now for, we've come to, for our RENA market rate, we've almost met it, or we have met it, but below market rate is not there yet. So we really should be focusing on that now in order to ensure that we do have our below market rates addressed, especially for the rental housing, where all the new state laws are coming from. You've provided us at places a memo for the RENA allocation by income levels, and our income levels for very low, moderate. You know, we've got substantial amounts to fulfill. So I think that's one way to address it in the next 5 years, and we have to come to those numbers by 2030. In terms of increasing the commercial rate for our impact fees, County is considering increasing theirs, and I know that in previous years, there was an ordinance where where the council then had successfully increased the rate for commercial development impact fees. However, at the second reading, it was removed and taken out and voted not to have it increased. So I think it's an opportunity now to take another stab at it, especially since it's pretty obvious that if we don't do something about providing funding for housing, especially BMR, that the developers coming in are not going to be doing that. So I think that's one way. Even the Wilton Court housing, the city had to provide funds towards it, and I think at this point, we don't have any more money in that account for the housing fund. Is that correct? Or have we?
I think there's like $1 million in it or something like that.
Used it all up?
There's a small amount in it.
Yeah, there's some money in there, but yeah, it's on the order of like $1 million.
It would be pretty insignificant in
It's
order
split,
to
yeah.
do building.
It's not enough to support a
Right.
Wilton Court.
I think we need to build that up again, and, that's something that we should definitely look at and push forward to. Naturally, there's also a great concern in terms of losing our existing housing stock. Some of them are, a lot of them are actually affordable. I don't remember the address, but definitely the one that is at the corner of Hamilton and Cowper, those were affordable units. They're lower density, but they're not so much earmarked as BMRs, but they are affordable. And so we're losing that, and that's a great concern. And of course, there's always our 75 units at the President Hotel that we've lost. Another thing I wanted to mention also is that if, Jessica, you could play my little presentation. Without our Palma fix, I've looked at our neighbors in Mountain View who have done substantial new developments for apartments. And this one here is at 1030 Castro Street. It's on Elan. It's called the Elan Complex. A one-bedroom, one-bath at 761 square feet is going for $4,185 per month. This is at Verde at 1984 West El Camino Real in Mountain View. One bedroom, one bath, also $4,141. This is another one, two bedroom, two bath, $5,289 per month. Dumas, that's on El Camino as well. One bedroom, one bath, $3,678, a little bit lower, but still pretty high priced. The Villages, that's at the San Antonio Road, one bedroom, one bath, close to $4,000 per month. This one here is in Palo Alto. It's a one bedroom, one bath at the Mark, $5,055 per month. And this one here is brand new, that on this lot that used to be a parking lot. 519 Webster Street, three bedroom, four bath, asking $29,995. So if we don't have the Palma fix implemented, thank you. I think, yeah. If we don't have the Palma fix in place, this is what we're going to be getting with new developments. And so therefore, I really believe that we need to do something quick and fast. And while I appreciate the dates that you have, I would love to see Palma fix happen this year. I'm going to stop for now and hear what my colleagues have to say.
Okay, so with that, we will go to the public. I think, Councilmember Koo, you said that the county was planning to raise the impact fee, and my understanding is they've already done that, and it is a condition of approval of the Stanford expansion.
Oh, I might not have realized what I said.
So,
Thank you.
So it's officially
They have
6850 now.
implemented.
Okay, we have several speakers. First speaker will be Bob Moss, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Philseth and council members. You probably know that Palo Alto is one of the first cities in the country to require a proportion of new developments to have BMRs. The original requirement was for developments of 20 or more units to have, I believe it was 15 to 20% BMRs. And it took months before the first developer came in with a 19-unit development, kitty corner from City Hall, no BMRs. A few months later, the next 19-unit development with no BMRs was built on the other corners from City Hall. So the City Council woke up and reduced the requirement level to 10 units. I believe currently it's 4 or 5. I wanted to make some comments about both the suggestions from Councilmembers Koo and Du Bois and the letter from SV at Home. I agree with the 6 items that the council members suggested, with the one exception, item 4, to explore the feasibility of in-lieu fees or off-site replacement. I'm very leery of in-lieu fees because we've had in-lieu fees for years, and most of the time that money sits in the bank for years before it's actually used for anything. There's 2 problems. First of all, you're not building any housing, and second, by the time you actually get around to building it, the cost has gone up and you get fewer or smaller units. So rather than having a fee, I'd rather see the actual unit built. Now, on the recommendations from SV at Home, I have some differences with a couple of theirs. First of all, in the project size threshold, not 10 units, I'd say 4 or 5. Second, they have an interesting disconnection. Affordability restrictions on for sale homes are supposed to be 45 years, but then they say if the home is resold at market value, then the buyer just gives part of the money to the city. If the home is resold at market value, it's no longer affordable. So affordable means it stays affordable even when it's sold, even if it's sold 4 or 5 times over the 45 years. On the alternative compliance options, I don't think it would be too good to have credit transferring or housing preservation credits or in lieu fees, because these, while they sound good, do not actually build any housing. And what you're looking for is to build housing. And finally, on providing the incentives, again, I don't think you want to reduce parking spaces significantly or change the zoning height or its variances. That's not a good idea for developments.
Thank you. Greer Stone.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and honorable members of the Palo Alto City Council. My name is Greer Stone, and I am here tonight in support of the Housing Colleagues Memo authored by Council Members Koo and Du Bois. My wife and I are both local teachers and renters here in Palo Alto. We are both fortunate to live in the same community where we teach, but is a luxury that many others can't afford. Over the past several years, this council has done much to spur market rate housing, but it is below market rate housing Palo Alto needs most. Out of Palo Alto's total ABAG/RENA requirements for new housing units by the year 2023, 70% of that housing must be below market rate housing. We are already on track to meet our market rate housing targets, but our near singular focus on market rate production has left us woefully behind in the creation of below market rate housing. The housing Palo Alto needs to remain a vibrant, diverse community. For these reasons, I urge you to adopt the recommendations in this memo, especially the adoption of the Palmer fix, the no net loss policy, and increasing our impact fees on commercial developments. These changes are not only prudent for our community's future, but a moral necessity. We must move quickly on these changes. For every delay in acting the Palmer fix means a lost opportunity to expand below market rate housing in our rental stock. In addition to the Palmer fix, we should increase our impact fees. Studies by the Santa Clara County and Palo Alto have both demonstrated that our current impact fees of $35 a square foot charged to commercial developers falls far short of covering the public costs associated with meeting the demand created by those projects and building new below market rate housing. These are two easy fixes this council can begin to address tonight, which can have real, lasting impacts for those who need housing most in our community. Last year, I had a student whose single mother had 3 jobs just to afford a 1-bedroom apartment so her children could attend school here. I myself have 2 jobs to afford the rent. Unfortunately, our stories are not unique, nor rare. Countless Palo Altans sacrifice every day just to call Palo Alto home. Too many students have had to forego school supplies or new clothes, or worse, their lunch, so their parents can afford to keep their families here. This is Palo Alto. We can and must do better. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Herb Borak.
I'd like to talk just about the inclusionary zoning proposal and offer a potential alternative. My recollection is that the Housing Corporation, or by whatever name it has now, has never liked the idea of managing a small number of units in many different projects of rental housing. That they would prefer to have sites that are 100% rental. On the subsidized housing, which are the low income, very low income here, that this colleague's memo focuses on, we have from the staff a number of remaining of about 1,020, but I don't see here the Wilton Court of another 59 units, which I guess hasn't gotten building permits yet, so that's why it's not on the list, which brings it down to about 961. At 40 units an acre, we're talking about 24 acres. Now that's a lot of acreage, but we do have one big place where there is a large amount of acreage that would be a place for housing, and that gets under the idea that the best way to find places for housing is to rezone areas that are not housing. I'm speaking of the Stanford Research Park, which has already done this in one respect, that has a 70-unit subsidized housing project on 1.8 acres on El Camino Real. There is a need for housing in that area because, and we have an opportunity with the Stanford General Use Permit before the county, because Stanford's academic uses go between both the campus and the research park. So there's an opportunity there to have some linkage. The research park has 700 acres. So the idea that some of that could be for subsidized housing and be connected to both our current unmet need and the future need during the term of the general use permit might be a better way to get more housing. So on this first proposal, I would need to know what the Palo Alto Housing thinks now of whether it's a good idea for them to be responsible for administering a program with a number of units in many different projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Mitch Mankin.
Hello. Thank you, Mayor Filseth and council members for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Mitch Mankin. I'm here from Silicon Valley at Home, which is a policy and advocacy organization focused on affordable housing in Silicon Valley. We were encouraged to see a memo on affordable housing on tonight's agenda, and we have comments on several of the items, so I'll jump right in. First of all, on inclusionary housing, we're really happy to see the council taking up rental inclusionary ordinance. We've seen the county's other cities pass inclusionary rental following the Palmer fix in 2017, and based on what we've seen, we developed a white paper with a set of best practices for inclusionary ordinance. It goes into more depth than I can in these 2 minutes. We sent a copy to all of you earlier today, but here's a few takeaways. So 15% affordable units at an average of 60% AMI is generally a feasible rate. Going higher needs some strong evidence that a high rate is supported by the local market, because as we know, 25% of zero is still 0 units. And then secondly, per the Palmer fix, in the Palmer fix, HED has latitude to review and potentially overturn rates that are above 15%, so caution is wise at higher rates. Furthermore, on inclusionary policy, the reason behind inclusionary is to generate resources without deterring housing development. In order to get the fees or get the units, you need to have other development going forward. But currently, there's almost no housing development going forward in Palo Alto. Meaning that this policy, without other housing going forward, will produce no inclusionary units and no money towards the city's affordable housing fund. So the council should simultaneously explore mechanisms to increase production of housing so that they can reap the full benefits of inclusionary policy. Moving on to recommendation 3 in this memo, our understanding is that density bonuses already apply only to the residential portion, so the first half shouldn't be necessary. And then on the second half, while the intention to get more affordable housing out of each project is noble, raising the inclusionary percentage on density bonus developments to 20 or 25% could be highly counterproductive. It's quite a high rate compared to similar rates in other cities, and it runs the risk of making denser development infeasible, whereas the idea of the density bonus is to make affordable housing more feasible by giving density as the bonus. So we'd recommend dropping that item, number 3, not going forward with it. Recommendation number 4, this looks like a good direction to go in lieu fees for offsite construction of units removed from housing stock. It's important to maintain housing stock. Palo Alto has not had the problems with this that Mountain View, for example, has, but it's still important to do so. And then on 5th, missing middle type housing is very important, but we would recommend this item be modified to include the production of missing middle housing opportunities, as well to clarify that any protection or regulation of cottage clusters and duplexes be focused on preventing their replacement with single-family homes, rather than with other modest density missing middle housing types. As it is, Palo Alto has a long tradition of having integrated different housing types in single-family neighborhoods that provide more affordability through having more units on each parcel. So we hope that you go forward with that recommendation and move towards looking at production of missing middle types, as well as just preserving existing. Thank you.
Thank you. Arthur Keller.
Mr. Mayor, council members, I am in support of the colleagues' memo, and I offer you some statistics. Of the market rate housing that has been permitted in Palo Alto through the end of 2018, more than half of the RHNA requirement was permitted. And we're on track to exceed that allocation. However, with respect to the below market rate allocation of RHNA, we basically have permitted only 10% of the requirement in the last several years, halfway through the program, 10%. And we're talking about, for example, for the very low and extremely low housing, which is below 80% of AMI, only 101 of the required 1123 units, and that's housing for people earning up, a single person earning up to about $72,000 a year. $72,000 a year. That's what 80% of AMI means for an individual in Santa Clara County. And for a family of 4, it's $103,000 a year. That's the people who can't afford the housing that we're not, because we're not able to produce enough BMR housing. That's pretty high income, and our rate of production for that group of people is too low. Instead, we're producing a modicum of housing for people who earn, families of 4 earning $155,000 a year. And there's nothing wrong with providing housing for people who earn $155,000 a year, but they often can provide the market rate housing that exists. So I think we need to focus more on the BMR housing that for people earning $100,000 or less. That's the market that we need to be very concerned about. So we are, there was a comment about Mountain View losing housing. We are losing the 75 units of the President Hotel apartments. And if we were clear about not losing existing housing or having that be in lieu to have them have to create alternative housing, that would provide income for that. And also the fact that we lowered the increase of the in lieu fees from $60 to $35 also meant that Stanford had a windfall, because it turned out in the 2000 Stanford GUP, their rates were set to our rates. So that $25 reduction affected Stanford University as well as affected the development in Palo Alto. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Sylvester.
Good evening, council members. I'm Mary Sylvester, a 42-year-old wishful thinking, 42-year resident of Palo Alto. First of all, I'd like to thank Council Member Koo and Du Bois for their leadership yet again on renter protections. They've been fighting this fight along with Karen Holman since 2017, so thank you. A few brief comments. First of all, September 11th of this year, the state legislature passed AB 1482, which limits annual rent increases to 5% plus the rate of inflation. Secondly, this bill requires a just cause for evicting tenants, and in some cases, payment for tenants that need to relocate. This is a critical issue that this community has needed to grapple with. For the last 3 years, the council chamber has been full of landlords and developers opposing these very measures. You don't see this tonight. As to the colleagues' memo specifically, I'd like to comment on number 1, inclusionary zoning. I do think there's potential for this, particularly for rezoning a portion of the Stanford Industrial Park, as long as it was a healthy and safety portion of the park. We don't want to ghettoize low-income communities to unhealthy and unattractive spaces. Number 2, increased development impact fees to $64. It's been criminal how low our development fees are given the incredible profits that have been made in this community. Do we know that $64 per square foot is sufficient to even make a dent in our BMR housing? Next, I'd like to comment on in lieu fees for off-site placement of existing housing. I'm very concerned about that. If that was to be the case, what are we talking about? What would this look like and where would it be? I'd like to see the city enact the broadest possible protections for our renter community. I know that rent stabilization is not being considered this evening, but I'd like to recommend that it be something that we return to. And again, thank you for your time and your efforts.
Thank you. Kelsey Baines.
Good evening. My name is Kelsey Baines. Thank you, Council, for taking up this important topic of affordable housing. I will broadly associate myself with the comments of Mitch Mankin and SV at Home regarding the details of this proposal, which I think is sort of a mixed bag of much-needed proposals and some sort of misguided proposals, and then some proposals are not part of this that I would like to see part of this as outlined by SV at Home. But one of the most important components, I think, of this plan is the preservation or proposed preservation of existing multifamily housing. I first came to this council in June of 2018 when the bungalow that I rented, which was on a parcel with 2 other units, was sold for $3.5 million to an LLC, and then was proposed to be redeveloped as one large single-family home. When I called the city, they said those 3 units were illegal in the first place because this was zoned for a maximum of a duplex. And they said a single-family home is what it's zoned for. It's going to be a single-family home. This is ministerial review. There's nothing we can do. And I thought that was crazy, and I started coming to city council, and I still have yet to see action on this. So I was disappointed to not see action on the 2019 housing work plan, and I'm not sure why we're not doing that, because this proposal seems to have a lot of those same components. I would also like to see the Palmer fix, but I do have concerns about tinkering and going higher on the inclusionary when we're also not producing much market rate housing. If we had 25% inclusionary this year, we would get 0 affordable units from our inclusionary ordinance this year because we haven't seen any new market rate buildings that are big enough. And we've had a number of missed opportunities. One would be 190 Channing, where only 4 units were proposed, and it wouldn't be impacted by this. I was also somewhat concerned to see something about preservation of transitions between R1 and higher density. Ideally, every neighborhood would have higher density in it. There wouldn't be neighborhoods that are just R1, and that's sort of antithetical to the whole idea of inclusion, that we have neighborhoods that are off limits to affordable housing and affordable developers. Final things, I would like to see something about public land being used. Land costs are a huge barrier. And then something addressing the issues of exclusionary zoning, as I already mentioned. But I do thank you for having something about housing. We haven't had very many things to comment on, so I'm glad that we're at least talking about housing. So thank you for that.
Vincent Rocha.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Vince Rocha, the Senior Director of Housing and Community Development with the Silicon Valley Leadership Group. We're in support of housing for all incomes. However, it must be done thoughtfully so that meaningful housing supply is built for families and workers here in Palo Alto. I think I agree with a lot of the comments that not a lot of affordable housing has been built, but I think not a lot of housing has been built in Palo Alto in recent years. So feasibility is important. So as we discuss the items tonight about inclusionary percentages and other policies, let's really include people. Let's make sure that this housing gets built in a way that can meaningfully move forward for creating more housing supply and production. As for items 5 and 6 on the memo, my concern with those is 5, I think, protects single family and R2 neighborhoods from any sort of new upzoning or mixed use, or even potentially, I think, the state has allowed ADUs and duplexes, and so I think if you prevented any changes to R2, you'd actually prevent ADUs from occurring. So I think we should promote accessory dwelling units. We should promote mixed-use communities. So item 6 would say you couldn't use residential land for commercial purposes. However, there should be exceptions for mixed use. I think you can mix residential and commercial together, and I think it can be really quite nice for walkable communities. So at the end of the day, the leadership group just wants you to be very considerate of how these policies balance off each other so that you actually do get the housing production you need to have neighborhoods that are great for families and workers here in your community. Thank you.
Mark Molino.
Hello there, Mark Molino. I'm a renter down on Seal Street. So I'd like to comment on a few things on this memo. The first thing here, the Palmer fix, item 1, the memo. I think Palmer fix, one thing actually is a bit difficult to understand is it says for rental units, and later it says the same for ownership. I imagine this may have been explained elsewhere, but I would certainly hope this doesn't only apply to rental. If you are trying to capture value and you only capture value in rental developments, but allow ownership developments to be at a lower rate or not not open to IZ at all, that would be an incredibly bad effect to have. In fact, ownership housing, it is worth stating, if we're talking about affordable housing, ownership housing is luxury housing. If you have a down payment to buy a house, you have a lot of money. People who have less money rent. You should be explicitly only making rental housing as much as you possibly can pull that lever, because that is going to create more affordable housing, and you should try to transition as much of your ownership housing to rental housing. One thing I want to say that as a form of value capture is good. Value capture is, in an economy like this, in a place like this, land values rise. It's a good thing to capture this, put it back into programs, such as affordable housing programs. Great. This is disproportionately only getting value capture from one specific use, which is new development. There's a lot of other value being created. Look around at all the existing homes, the existing buildings for rental, for commercial, et cetera. There is a lot of increased land value, and if you only take new value and capture it, you are leaving a lot on the table. I realize that this may sound a bit, absurd to say. You should look at existing homeowners and say, if 25% of a new development goes to house affordable housing, 25% of your home should be used to house the homeless and the housing insecure. If I was skeptical here, I'd say this is not enough of an outcome-based look at how we reduce a $3 million median home price, incredibly high rents, and in decades-long subsidized housing waiting lists. In fact, this program, if you're being skeptical, could be looked at as how do you stop new development and feel good because you think you're creating a lot of affordable housing. If you actually were, trying to drop that queue from decades down to 6 weeks, as we see in Singapore, you would need incredible intervention. We talked about last week putting a parcel tax as a form of value capture on every single unit in the area. You are not going to do that because homeowners are going to hate it. But if you actually care about taxing yourselves and not putting all the weight on new people that are going to come in, I think you should actually, to say the homeowners of Palo Alto should stand up and say, tax me because I should be taxed to create affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. David Barron.
Good evening. I'm glad to see that the council is looking at the important issue of housing affordability. I'd like to support the comments already made earlier tonight by Mitch Mencken, Kelsey Baines, and Vincent Rocha. I'd also suggest that, and I think this has sort of been said before, in the items to be considered by staff, the council should ask staff to consider how different affordability requirements would affect how much housing is produced, because that's one of the important issues here. Remember that 15% of something is more than 25% of nothing. You should look at the experience that San Francisco had when they passed 25% BMR in Proposition C in 2016, and what effect that had on their housing production. Also, in the sort of taking one step back here, I think these sorts of measures are needed because the housing market here is so broken. And the long-term solution to having more housing at all income levels is to allow the supply of housing to increase. This means allowing building housing at lower costs, things like reducing parking requirements, allowing more floor area throughout the city, and in areas like downtown, increasing height limits. That said, I think on what is at issue tonight, I'd again like to say I'm glad the council is looking at affordable housing. Thank you.
Terry Holzmer.
Thank you, council members, for tonight. This is a great discussion. I'm here tonight in support of the colleagues' memo that seeks to prioritize the city housing plan, especially on those who most need it in our community. Those with low or extremely low area median income are the ones that need our housing the most, and the city should do everything it can within its powers to provide incentives that will assist these low-income residents. I include in this the applying and implementing the Palmer Fix. It should also include increasing development impact fees to at least $64 a foot that the county is planning to do with the new Stanford GUP. This seems very logical and reasonable. In fact, you might think about increasing that as well. I would like finally explore the options to improve this ordinance to make it even better. I think it's time that, for example, incidences like the President Hotel, those things should not happen. They should not happen at all. And any business that wants to convert housing into a profitable business should not be allowed. Finally, I'd just like to personally thank the two council members, Du Bois and Koo, who have started and integrated this memo and have started their efforts to ensure that the most vulnerable people in our community are focused upon for housing needs. This is a critical item, especially for those who cannot afford to live in our town. The dishwashers, the teaching aides that I know at the school district. This is the type of thing that we need, and we need more housing for these people in our community. So thank you.
Thank you. We now return to council for questions, comments, and motions. Councilmember Du Bois.
So actually I have one quick question. So right now our inclusionary policies apply to 4 or more units of housing, is that correct?
I think it's 3 or more.
3 or more?
Yeah.
Okay. So I just wanted to correct the record on that, I think. So we have had projects, new housing projects that have required inclusionary housing.
Yes.
So I want to thank the public for all the comments and staff for bringing this forward. And I want to thank Lydia for really being the driving force to get this memo done. And, you know, as staff has said, nearly all of these elements are already on our work plan. And so, except for revisiting the commercial impact fees. And so why did we submit a memo? We really submitted it. It's really our request that we prioritize these elements. We're not necessarily looking to create a lot of new policy here tonight. We're just asking to make it a priority. And as staff has public pointed out, and it was useful to get this at places, you know, we're at a rate to be on plan for above moderate housing, but where we're really behind is on these lower income levels. And we may disagree on council on how to get there. The real point of this memo, and I hope, you know, my colleagues will note, I mean, we're really just asking to explore some of these things. I think when staff comes back and says they think a different number or something makes more sense, I think we're totally open to that. You know, Lydia and I have written a series of memos, really trying to focus on the challenges of lower income folks. We submitted a memo on renter protections. We have the safe parking program coming up soon. And I think this is an important part of the puzzle. So we are suggesting a new thing, which is that we revisit the impact fees. Santa Clara County did their own study after we did ours, and they came back with much higher commercial fees. And as part of the GUP process, Stanford's argument against those fees were that Palo Alto's were much lower. And that was changed, as Lydia said, by I think 1 vote at a second reading. So given the dynamic market we're in for housing, I think it's totally reasonable to kind of revisit the nexus for those impact fees. And it also supports the county's position on the GUP. You know, and if we say tonight that we are going to explore looking at these fees again, I think we're supporting the county supervisors during the GUP process. I think almost all of us say we want affordable housing, but when we start to explore ways to do it, we kind of run into friction. We had a letter from a developer. I can understand developers would prefer to build market rate housing, so I kind of understand that friction. I don't really understand kind of friction when it comes from other quarters. So again, I just want to emphasize that we're asking to explore these things, including exploring the impact fee, and I'm happy to change the wording there if there's any doubt about that. I just want to say that we're behind. We in fact have made a lot of changes to our housing zoning to increase density. We've passed ADUs, we've modified our ADUs, we've got rid of a minimum housing units in zoning, and we have our housing incentive program. And we're just asking that we prioritize some of these other elements that are already on our work plan. The density bonus request there is really just to review our ordinances and make sure those bonuses in a mixed-use building are applied to the housing portion to the greatest extent possible under the law. We did have a project several years ago in Page Mill where, again, they were attempting to apply it kind of throughout the mixed-use building, and that one was really just to kind of clarify that. I also think it's important to elevate the importance of not losing housing because we tend to lose some of our more affordable housing when it's replaced with fewer market rate units. That too is already on our work plan. We'd just like to prioritize it. And so happy to have a discussion. I'm really eager to hear everybody's comments. I hope you will support this memo. I'd like to go ahead and make the motion as one of the writers of the memo. And my motion's really simple. It's just for council to direct staff to prioritize exploring these elements of our affordable housing activities and to accelerate bringing them to PTC and council as each item is ready.
Motion on the floor, second by Councilmember Du Bois, seconded by Councilmember Koo. Care to speak further your motion?
I just want to see if the clerk caught all that, or if I should repeat it. Elements of our affordable housing activities and accelerate bringing them to the PTC and council as each item is ready. So I think I spoke a lot. Just that last part, as each item is ready, I think things like the Palmer fix could come to us pretty quickly. Some things will obviously take more time, but we're just stating a council priority here.
Councilmember Koo, care to speak to your second?
I think I've spoken to it mostly, but I just want to encourage my colleagues to consider this and to bring the possibility of having affordable housing in the rental section or sector, and really look at different ways to provide that resource. I do want to kind of also point out that in a meeting in 2016, former planning director Gittleman had mentioned that that when the ability to use inclusionary requirements on rental housing had been taken away by the courts, it's pretty evident that the rental prices didn't go down. We didn't see the cost of rental or the rents go down as a result of the inclusionary requirements going away. So my statement is basically that having so much production, the trickle-down economics does not work. That didn't work back then, and at the rate that we're going, it's not going to work here either. So I think doing this needs to be purposeful in addressing our affordability issue, and the affordability is not at the 120% AMI, it's at the 80% and below. So I really hope my colleagues will think about this and also find ways to ensure that we do have some sort of funding should the opportunity come up. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no lights here. Councilmember Niss.
Well, I have to tell you, I find the memo troubling. Lydia, as I recall, you didn't vote for our housing plan. So to see it coming back now with suggestions as to how to fix it is really troubling. But why don't we start with a couple of things? Why don't we have staff describe what the Palmer fix is?
Well, so the idea here is that we would extend our inclusionary housing requirements to rental units. Right now, we only apply inclusionary housing to ownership units.
And so if we're talking about inclusionary, what number are we talking about?
15% is our local standard.
Right. Do you know any place that has more than 15%?
I think other communities are exploring higher numbers. I think Mountain View recently made some changes, but I don't have a list of those. And part of our study is looking at 15%, 20%, and 25% as part of our study.
So while we may look at 20 or 25%, that's really a high bar for a developer to take on. And so let's just go back and look at some of the rest of this. The Palo Alto Housing Corporation started in 1972. Our last successful vote by the Housing Corporation to provide affordable housing was in 2009. In 2013, and I know you know this, and I know, Tom, you don't like to hear about it, but a measure was passed to rescind the council's vote to build 60 units for very low-income seniors. In fact, that's part of what you ran on the following year. And while I know you don't like hearing about it, that made a huge difference in what happened. It made a huge difference. We didn't vote until 10 years after 2009 to have another affordable housing unit. Affordable housing units are very expensive. I don't know if those of you who are still here listening know, but the Will Court will run about $800,000 a unit. This is not a small amount of money to put together. It pretty much drained our affordable housing fund. Would you agree, Jonathan?
It took $10 million from our affordable housing fund.
It's very expensive to put up affordable housing. So that's just affordable housing that we put up for in very special instances when it's essentially funded by public sources. So when we're talking about affordable housing, we currently, by the way, have no projects in our pipeline to apply an impact fee to, and the impact fee is what allows you to put the money into your affordable housing. Do we have any projects at all, Jonathan, in the project in our pipeline now?
Are you referring to commercial development?
So,
are you referring to commercial development?
For commercial, yes.
Yeah, we have, I believe we have not quite, but close to 30,000 square feet of office development that's pending.
And how much are we allowed a year, roughly?
Well, it depends on which parts of the community. There's a cap of 50,000 that's carries over from one year to the next, no more than 100,000 in discrete parts of the community.
So the message here is people aren't building in Palo Alto. We're not seeing people apply commercially. And we're not seeing we're not seeing apartment buildings being built, which is what the Palmer fix would apply to. So I think we can decry that there is no affordable housing, but if we are not willing to go up, as Mountain View did, go up in height, to go up in density, to increase our FAR, I don't think we're going to increase the end that looks at low income, very low income, and so forth. I simply don't think we're going to go in that direction. We have two projects right now that are being held up by two different things. The VTA project, so-called, at Page Mill and El Camino, is being held up by a neighboring property. And another one that was approved by us, which is just down the street near Equinox, the builder has said that they are not going to build it because it doesn't pencil out to build here in Palo Alto at this point. That puts us in a really tough spot. So last year, and I've forgotten, Adrian, maybe you remember exactly when we passed the housing plan, we were after both affordable housing and market rate. We were looking for both those. And the staff has been working on this for quite some time. It's right in front of you tonight. It's very straightforward. Most of what this is asking for, with the colleagues' memo, is to increase the kinds of things that have to be pushed up against a certain objective standard. If you're going above 15%, when you're looking at affordable housing, you're getting to a very difficult point. And as I understand, there's case study on that pretty much says you are probably not going to get to 20 to 25%. And I heard that from somebody who does affordable housing today. I think these are certainly all laudable, but I think that unless we alter some of what our stipulations are, we are not going to come close to getting the number of housing we need in any of these very low-income areas. So as far as 64 square feet, my recollection is we need to do a nexus study to look at the impact fees. And we did talk about just cause. I think there's been eviction for just cause for as long as I can remember it. I don't think, is that something new? I can look down at the staff. Just cause eviction is, my recollection is there's always been just cause eviction.
Not in Palo Alto. We don't have a just cause requirement for landlords. What we have is a voluntary mediation program. And then council passed limited relocation assistance for certain large buildings last year or the year before.
Pretty close to just cause, though, I would say. People cannot just be kicked out of an apartment in Palo Alto. Not as far as...
And so renter protections are not specifically mentioned in the current... I know some speakers spoke about it, but it's not on the college memo.
And that's why I brought it up, because one of the speakers brought it up. So for those of you who are listening and those of you who want to have this, I would say, yes, you can continue to push for this kind of housing, but give those who build it a break, alter some of our rules, go up to 60 feet, go up to 65 feet, go up another story, but do something to allow people to develop here, still make a sufficient profit that they can continue to build here so that we can actually have this kind of housing. If you look at Mountain View and can see how many how many apartments they have done, and Lydia showed them tonight. They kept playing up on the board. They have done that, but they still have BMR units in those. That is part of what their stipulation is in Mountain View. But if you can go up high and you can go out wide, you can certainly make a big difference. So I think that's enough. As I've said, I was disappointed in this. The only thing I might say is that under commercial development, if we have some commercial development again, I think we could go up in our impact fee. I think that's one of the things that we could look at.
Vice Mayor Fine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, everyone who came and spoke tonight, and thank you, Council Members Kuhn and Du Bois, for bringing this forward. I share some sentiments with Councilmember Niss. I really wish, this whole council would have been more on board and more proactive about solving our housing crisis. A lot of the items in here were in the housing work plan, which we kind of started talking about in 2017, passed in 2018, and it was meant to be a 2-year, set of issues that we're working on. I'm sorry I didn't bring a little pamphlet tonight. I should have. There we go. Director Late has it. I'm also disappointed in the progress of some of these items, but I think that speaks to a few things. One, obviously our staff has been stretched, and two, and I've been toying with this idea. Housing is an expert system, and there's the 7 of us making decisions about these things. And however much we want to laud the public process, we're kind of doing it in a vacuum. And, you look at all of us up here, we have different backgrounds and expertise and interests, and we're trying to debate, at times, whether the setback should be 4 feet or 6 feet, and whether the height limit should be 50 feet here or 35 there, and whether the inclusionary percentage should be 15, 18, 20, 25. I think the results on the ground in the Bay Area, in Palo Alto and California, show that effort has failed pretty miserably. And I'm not going to go into the evidence there, but I think there's a lot for us to think about. Got a couple big comments, couple questions, and then I'll go into the 1 through 6 here. So on the RENA thing, first of all, RENA should be thought of as a floor, not a ceiling, right? Like just because ABAG projects, hey, there's going to be a certain amount of growth in Palo Alto and you should plan for that housing, doesn't mean we can't do more, right? We actually could do more. We could think about our community in kind of a multi-generational way that's like, hey, we have a growing population, people have kids, people move here, we have elderly aging parents who want to move into a condo downtown. And I think we should keep that in mind. The chart here, I was the one who requested this, thank you, Director Late, for providing this. In the above moderate section, in 2017, we had 61 units. 50 of those are on hold. That's the Mike's Bike site, because as Councilmember Niss mentioned, it no longer pencils out at current Palo Alto building rates. And in 2018, all 54 units of those are on hold because of an issue she mentioned as well. Councilmember Du Bois, you referenced the letter from the developer about this. I really do not understand why we bash on developers. If you have a bread shortage, you don't punish and pillory bakers. And developers are the only people around here building homes. I bet almost everybody in this chamber lives in a home built by a developer. And at some point we have to acknowledge, these are an expert in this system. They're the ones who bring together the financing, the business plan, go through approvals and all that, and eventually build something. The developer of that site wrote us a letter, and in that letter, it says pretty specifically, if you were to pass some of the changes proposed in here, specifically the 25% on the Palmer fix, their project at the VTA site would not work, and it would have killed it. I don't think that's a good outcome for us. That was a really hard-fought project where, to be frank, we had to pass pretty much a custom-skinned zoning overlay to get a project at an old, VTA parking lot. I think in the broad spectrum, in the 30 or 50-year vision of Palo Alto, it's a lot better to have 50 units of housing there than a parking lot. And if we have to write zoning to do that, so be it. I want to see that succeed. High rents, high demand, yes, Mountain View's building a lot, Redwood City's building a fair bit, Palo Alto's not building much, and this is a regional issue, right? And if we don't build, we are part of the problem, not the solution. And then there's also an issue in AMI, area median incomes versus median rents. Those are 2 separate issues. And the reason the AMI thresholds are so high is because there is such high demand for housing here. We really have to increase the amount of people who are eligible for that subsidy. One more comment on that. Councilmember Koo used the phrase trickle down. There are 2 ways we get affordable housing here. One is through inclusionary on-site, where we say you're building 100 units, you've got to build 15 of them at a subsidized rate. And those units are then cross-subsidized from the rest of the apartments in that building, right? So, I mean, there's a direct subsidy. This is as clear as it gets. The other way is through impact fees, whether it's in lieu fees for housing or commercial. As a number of people have mentioned, our fund is near zero. I think we have about $3 million or so reserved for Supervisor Simidian's teacher housing project, but otherwise it's pretty low. We can certainly raise commercial impact fees. That is one way of doing it. Even at 30,000 square feet, if that's what's going through the pipeline right now, and assuming $65 a square foot, that's $2 million. It's about 2.5 units of affordable housing. So it's not terribly successful. The best way Palo Alto and other communities around here have seen affordable housing being produced is through larger projects that are majority market rate, and some portion of them get cross-subsidized. I think we should really keep that in mind. Just going through a couple of the items, and at some point I'll get to the motion, or maybe give up the mic for a bit and come back to it. The Palmer fix, I already mentioned the 25% rate to me. So the Palmer fix was already proposed in the housing work plan. Over 5 units, but there's nothing in here in the Palmer fix about the percentage. Is that correct? Are you just saying copy our inclusionary?
Yeah, again, there's important words in here like consider. So,
but are you proposing a percentage rate for the Palmer fix, or are you just saying the 15% we currently have for ownership?
we are saying,
25%.
no,
I'm looking at item 1.
we're saying consider it a range 15 to 25 as staff is already doing. Again, it's basically the work they're already doing.
Okay. So the range of 15 to 25 was looked at for ownership, and I would put forth ownership and rental are different markets. And if I'm not mistaken, to our city attorney, aren't there some state rules which give you a special process if you're going above 15% inclusionary for density bonus or Palmer fix or on-site?
Yes, and the planning director is much more familiar with those than I am, so I'm going to let him describe them.
Director Lane?
Yeah, there is a review process where if we're going to go above 15%, we need to get HCD to at least review that and understand that. And they have I'm not, as up to speed on it as I will be when we move this thing forward. But yeah, there is an awareness that we need to have about state laws and going above 15%. And part of that is our nexus study to demonstrate that it's feasible in this market.
So in your estimation, I mean, two parts to this. One is, up to 25% on the Palmer fix rental. Is that supportable? And two, will HCD back us on that?
Well, so that's why we're doing the study, is to find out what the percentage is that could be supported. I think it's unlikely that we're going to see 25%.
Okay. So that's kind of one of my first issues, is I think, we should limit the Palmer fix to 15 as we currently have for ownership.
I'll just say that we're doing that now. We're studying it. We have the reports that we're doing.
Okay, thanks. Development impact fees, sure, we can go to $64 a square foot. Santa Clara County is comparing them to us as like apples to oranges. They provide a whole range of different services. A lot of their unincorporated territory in Stanford have much different tax laws than we do, so I don't think that's a fair comparison. But I do remember the last Nexus study saying we could go higher, so we can look at that. Number 3, density bonuses. Can density bonus be applied to the commercial portion of a mixed-use project, or is it residential only?
This one's got some complication, state law and how it's applied. I think the sort of the bottom line here is that the state is trying to incentivize increased density for housing and mixed-use projects. And if a developer provides a certain percentage of qualifying affordable housing, they get in exchange a density bonus, and that's a residential, density bonus. The other part, though, of state density bonus law and our local ordinance is that one could receive incentives or concessions, and that's often for the commercial side to help the affordable piece pencil out.
Yep. Okay, thank you. That's my understanding as well. And so the point there is the state is saying we want more affordable housing units, below market rate dedicated units, and in order to get developers to do so, we are, one, giving them a bonus in the amount of area for the residential portion, and two, you get three, what's the term again? Sorry.
There's incentives depending on how much affordable, how many affordable units.
And it could be
are
things
provided.
like FAR, or setbacks and parking, things like that.
Yes.
Right, and so you get these three incentives to make the project pencil out. And so increasing the inclusionary percentage to 20 to 25% is directly in opposition to the point of the density bonus law. And I think we had a couple of our affordable housing advocates arguing that out there. And so I think, number 3, I will be pushing to have that struck. Number 4, explore feasibility of in lieu fees or off-site replacement if existing residential units are removed from the stock. This is similar to the no net loss policy we proposed in our housing memo. I think that's fine. The one thing I just wanted to ask staff, this wouldn't affect, let's say I've got 4 units somewhere and I'm trying to build 10. Would this affect that?
No, I think the idea is that if there's a net loss of housing units.
Okay, I think we should just be absolutely clear about that, there are cases where there are houses removed from the housing stock and replaced, and that's okay. Number 5, I was also struck a little bit by the language here, explore protections and regulations in low-density zoning to preserve missing middle housing. I'm wondering if we shouldn't rephrase that something more as, promote missing middle housing. I'm sure many of you have had the opportunity of walking around downtown here or in College Terrace, even parts of Midtown, and I'm really struck that there sometimes are buildings that without a more intense look, you wouldn't actually know that they're multifamily or more than just a single family home, especially up here towards, Councilmember Koo, you mentioned something near Hamilton and Cowper or Webster. There are a whole bunch of little cottage clusters there, whether it's 4, 6, 8. There are what seem to be large single family homes which have been split apart into 4 units. And I think that's okay. I think they blend in with our neighborhoods pretty well. And there's a role to be played in promoting those. Some of the language around protections and regulations and the transition zones worries me a little bit. Number 6, how does staff interpret this one? Explore citywide protections to prevent existing housing to be converted to commercial or hotel use. What does that look like?
I think that's if there's existing housing on a site that is to be redeveloped for a commercial purpose, that the idea is to explore regulations that would preclude that, or,
Can we, I guess I'm looking a little bit to the city attorney, can we do that if you're currently permitted under zoning to do, what if you're a CS or a CN zone and you're permitted to do residential and some commercial?
Right, so it's possible this has a fairly narrow application to areas where all of those uses are permitted, or maybe there's some legal non-conforming housing somewhere that in an area that's been since then zone commercial. There are some concerns, both practically and legally, that will need to be explored and worked on. And one of those types of concerns causes us to just alert council that there may need to be some waiver process here in the event the application of the law runs into counter requirements in state or federal law.
Okay. I think those are my comments for the moment. I'll probably have a couple more, but just a few things I will attempt to do here because I think it's really important to not de-incentivize housing. Is for the Palmer fix, I think we should fix it at 15% for the time being if we're going to go ahead with that. Number 3, I do think we should have struck. And number 5, I would encourage us to think about how do we promote cottage cluster developments and existing duplexes. I think number 4 actually gets at the removal of those units, which I think we're all in alignment on. Those are some of my comments for the time being.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Philseth. Before I go through numbers 1 through 6, and, of course, thanks to everyone who's been working on this for a number of years, which is all of you as I join you this year. I wonder, Director Late, if you could just talk a little bit about the slide that shows what you're already working on, if we could have that one back up. And I'll just say that, every Monday we add a lot of things to people's lists, and so I so appreciate having the list here to think about what we might add, and if so, then how things might change. So when we have high priority, medium priority, low priority, is that just like low priority means maybe we'll get to it at a later date? Or can you help me understand, like, when you say not resourced, what does that look like, on the prior page? Because I'll just point out that Councilmember Du Bois suggested that all of these things were on the work plan, but according to the prior slide, only half of them are on the work plan. So I just want to get a really good sense of what you're working on now before we think about what to add and potentially what to change.
Thank you. So the preceding slide with the 6 is the colleagues' memo authors' priority 1 through 6 of what they would like to see.
Right.
This next slide is just my attempt to, we can't work on everything at the same time, so I was
no matter what we say on Monday night.
I was trying to communicate to the council the things that we are presently working on, sort of the high priority, and then when we finish these high priority items, as we finish them, we would slide over to the other items that are the medium priorities, and then for the housing work plan, then we'd slip over to the low priorities. We, and maybe those aren't the right terms, but it just gives you a sense for like a tiered approach for how we're approaching the work.
So it's not that you're working on necessarily everything in parallel. I'm just trying to understand, you're spending most of your time on the high priority, and then next will be medium priority, and then subsequent will be low priority.
Yeah, but not exclusive.
In general terms, right?
Right.
I'm not saying that nothing's happening on something.
That's right. There's some exceptions that were on the blue medium priorities that we're also working in tandem, but they're just not getting as much focus right now.
Okay, so then if I think about the colleagues memo, which indicates that there are 6 things are actually in their priority order, with the 2, 3, and 6 that are not on there, you and the colleagues memo are in order, high, medium, low, with numbers 1, 4, and 5. Okay, so we're all, great, thanks. I just want to highlight a few things for my colleagues on the high priority list. We certainly heard about the climate situation earlier tonight, and it's one that's top of mind for me always. So looking at the REACH building codes and the EV chargers, those are things that are going to make a massive difference in whether or not we can meet our 2030 goals. So it's important to me that they be a high priority. And VCAP certainly is a process that requires time. We hear often from people who live here about wireless communication, safe parking has already come up. I feel like there are a lot of things that are appropriately in this high priority. So if we were to add something tonight, say, from 2, 3, or 6, would you need to move something from high priority to medium priority?
We would do our best to respond to the council's direction.
Of course you would. Of course you would.
I think it depends on what would be reassigned. If it's all of them, yeah, we're going to have to think about what wouldn't be able to move over. If it were just the commercial impact fees, I think we could probably accommodate that in this space.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you. Okay, so I'll just take them in order as the Vice Mayor did. Certainly number 1, I actually think there's violent agreement, even though everyone has described it differently, because you're already doing this study, which is looking at 15, 20, and 25. So I don't see any reason to even have it on there. If council would feel better by continuing to have it be a high priority, that's fine. So I don't think we have any issue with number 1. Number 2, I'm not ready to pick a number until I see the study. I would support having another study conducted. Okay, I think that's appropriate. Again, though, thanks for, I did the math earlier as well. If we only allow 50,000 square feet of commercial building each year, the max we would get is 3.2 million. If it's 800K per unit, that's 4 units. That's not nothing, but it's certainly not going to address the numbers we have, on our sheet here. So happy to look at, adding a study to that. Can you give me an example in number 3 of what an incentive versus a concession, just so I understand this?
Let's see, I'm drawing a bit from memory. We identify in our local zoning incentives that are by right. If you can choose from a menu, and you heard the example of setbacks and floor area before. A concession or a waiver is something that we've not identified on our local ordinance that the developer is articulating a need to have in order to help make the affordable, the housing component of the project pencil out. So it's a they may ask for another story. They may ask for, reductions in open space or, some other waiver of development standards to help make the project pencil.
Okay, I confess to still a lack of clarity on to what the state says and what we say and how that all works, so I will wait for our colleagues to continue to work on that one. Number 4 is already also on the plan, just medium priority, right? Yes. Okay. Number 5, in reading it, also wondered why the focus is on protection rather than production. It's interesting. I learn a lot walking my dog. I was not on Lewis Road, on Ross Road, and someone did not ask about the bicycle boulevard, so I just want to say that for the record. But they did ask about why we couldn't allow more smaller units to be built. It's a person who's, constructed an ADU in another community and interested in providing that. So I think there's some interesting things on number 5 to think about that are more holistic. And certainly if we're looking at preserving housing units versus existing structures, architecture, scale, my preference would be, if we're going to focus on this, to look at the number of housing units. Number 6, I think, again, we're very far down the list now, and I am concerned about putting this many things on staff. So unless there's some urgent need there that I don't understand, I think where I am is, if we want to make a motion tonight that's 1 and 2, okay, right? 2 actually would really be the only thing that's different from what's on there. 3, again, I look forward to hearing more from the rest of my colleagues. And by the time we get to 6, that just seems like too much to ask without identifying, a significant objective.
Councilmember Koo.
I wanted to ask about, the 50,000 square feet cap that we have here at the city, and then also the 850 from the comp plan. Can you please clarify for us a little bit more?
Well, yeah, I think that pretty much sums it up. We do have a cap for 3 areas of the city that limit development to 50,000 square feet. That's roughly downtown, Cal Ave, and El Camino. And across the entire city, the council adopted a change to the comprehensive plan that limited the overall commercial growth, office R&D specifically, to 850,000. We've got about 590,000 square feet remaining in that cap.
So for what it's worth, the way that I have thought about that is you got 50,000 square feet per year in the 3 areas.
Yeah.
And you have 850 from 2018 to 2030.
That's right.
Which is about 70,000 square feet. And that includes the whole city, not just the 3 areas. So I have thought about it as the 50 to 70 range.
And so projects like the Mercedes out in the Baylands, is that part of the 50?
It's not part of the 50, and it's not part of the overall cap.
And how about
It's
hotels?
retail, right?
Yes.
It's retail, right? Yeah, but it's a massive project, right? And then hotels, are they part of that cap square footages?
No, they're not.
They're not. So like the two Marriotts that's out on San Antonio Road, which are also pretty hefty and big, are not part of the square footage cap?
That's correct. They're not subject to the 50, and they would not meet the definition for the comp plan.
And then also, a lot of the commercial space that are being built, they're just replacing the square footage that is there already. For example, there's one on Hanover, I think the Chase JP Morgan that's going into it. They're just building the same size, demolishing it, putting a new building on it, but based on the same size, similar to the Bank of America building that's on El Camino, right? The previous Bank of America building. Those are just replacement square footage.
Yes, not exclusively, but you're right. For the most part, the recent development that we've seen from the research park has been mostly replacement with some incremental adds here and there.
All right, so it'll be replacement, it's going to be new, and then used at a higher occupancy rate, most probably, based on the new trends for office space. So thank you. I just wanted to clarify the 50,000 cap and then the 850. Thank you.
I've got a light here from Councilmember Du Bois, but I think I'll make a couple of comments and then go to Councilmember Du Bois. You know, just in general, I appreciate the focus on affordable housing. I think, you know, to live in market rate housing in Palo Alto, you got to make a fair amount of money, right? And I think in town here, we don't really have trouble attracting high earners to Palo Alto. We have trouble keeping low and mid-wage earners here. And so I think this is the right direction. Number of people have pointed out that, you know, we're actually on track for our market rate RHNA targets, the place we're way behind, and as is most of the valley, actually, right? The place we're far behind is in the below market ones. That said, we also have a comp plan target, right? And the comp plan target will not be met entirely by BMR housing, so I think, you know, that's relevant too. Let's see. On the Palmer fix, personally, I'd rather wait until we see what the staff recommendation is, because you guys are studying this as opposed to the council deciding on whatever the percentage is tonight. I'd rather see the staff recommendation before we do that, and I think we'll have time to do that. On the impact fee, this is my favorite on the list, is the commercial impact fee for all kinds of reasons, but you know, I think it does make sense to connect job creation to housing, because that's where the demand comes from. On the subject of the Nexus study, so our Nexus study is about 3 to 4 years old, and the conclusion was the impact, the net impact was $264 a square foot. We could do another Nexus study, and maybe we should, but it's inconceivable to me that it's going to say actually the impact is dramatically lower than that, because housing prices have continued to appreciate in the Bay Area, and I can't imagine it would be less than $64, right? So per square foot. So I think we ought to follow the county and just do that. I don't want to wait another decade for another Wilton Court project. And a couple people have pointed out, you know, the numbers are a few million a year, but you got to remember that the housing developer, the housing corporation, or whoever it is, takes that money and uses it to leverage to state and federal funds as well. So there's a multiplier effect there. Right? Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to a few comments. So the Palmer fix is not really a question of waiting or not waiting. I think Councilmember Cormack summarized it. We're all in violent agreement. We're really just saying keep it a high priority. Let's get it done. In terms of cities that are over 15%, I know it's on California, Boulder's at 25%. They went to 20% in the year 2000, so 19 years ago. They also have a goal that 10% of their overall housing stock will be deed-restricted affordable housing. And they're at 7.5% right now, so they're kind of on track to that goal. And just in California generally, the number of cities that have inclusionary zoning laws has really gone up tremendously in the last 10 years. So again, we're not trying to be radical here. We're just saying, hey, let's take a look at these numbers. Surprised Maybell came up. think the voters spoke pretty clearly in 2013 about why that project in particular was a bad project. So I agree with the voters on that one. We have had other affordable housing projects. So we opened the Stanford housing project in El Camino. We stepped in on Buena Vista, which I know we technically can't count, but that's our most affordable housing in the city. And then we did come together as a council and passed Wilton Court. So we can agree to disagree maybe on some of the old history, but hopefully we've evolved and we've been working.
Mayville was a great project.
Well, we've evolved into Wilton Court. We can agree on that one, right, Les? VTA was mentioned, that, that's a market rate project. And I just want to clarify, I wasn't bashing developers. What I was saying was I can understand why they'd prefer to do market rate. And in terms of the cottage clusters, just to clarify, this protection for cottage clusters is right out of the housing plan. Again, we're not really changing anything here, and there was pretty extensive discussion in the comp plan and the housing plan about this kind of middle market housing of 2, 4, 8 units as a transition between R1 and commercial zones. So it's really separate from the idea of creating even higher density multifamily units. And so I just wanted to clarify, this isn't a new idea. It's, as is noted here, it's already in the work plan. We just think, we're losing some of that affordable transitional housing, and we should be kind of raising this priority of protecting some of this housing. On number 3, if council's not really behind it, I guess I'd be okay removing it. I know there's been some confusion in the past, and again, there was that particular project on Page Mill. I would also be supportive of keeping it to a relatively small scope, maybe, but having staff kind of come back and clarify how these bonuses and incentives work. And again, I think our interest is in having them be used for housing as to the legal extent possible. So that's really the intent on that one. I think Councilmember Cormack, your comments were pretty useful. If I heard you, it sounded like you potentially supported 1 through 5 in some form and would remove 6, which, if that's where we end up, I think it'd be a good night.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry.
I see no further lights on the board. Are there any amendments to this motion, or are we going to? Councilmember Fine.
Okay. I guess I'll dive into this. So there are actually, I'm still a little uncomfortable just with the motion, because if we go with that, I assume staff is going to take the language in here and kind of work with that. Is that correct? The language in 1 through 6?
Yes.
Okay. So I think we actually should be a little more explicit about that then. And with number 1, we've had some, I've never heard this term violent agreement, but it's a good one. We've had some violent agreement around where this is, where it's coming from, about the percentages. There's one other thing I saw in there which is a little worrying to me. Consider specific income level requirements as well. That kind of worries me. So what I propose, and maybe if the clerk could write these down as I go through, and let's see if it gets accepted or something like that. So for 1, continue prioritizing our work on the Palmer fix. I think.
Does staff really see that as much of a difference?
Either way, we're doing it.
Yeah.
You paid
So
for it.
So I would accept that. Lydia, are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. On number 2, I'm actually at a bit of a loss here. I think I agree with Councilmember Cormack. I'd like to do the study, but I also agree with the mayor. We're going to do the study, and we know 64 is going to be supportable still.
I think legally we need to do the study based on the time that's passed.
Is it? Okay.
You do.
Yeah.
So that study was November of 2015. Do we have to do another one?
Yes, we need to update it, yes.
Okay, so number 2, do the nexus study for commercial linkage fees.
So no change, right? Could staff put the motion on the board?
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to,
So when do you expect the nexus study to be completed then?
So, I'm sorry, could staff just edit the original? Okay, I see what you're doing.
and
So could we just say, again, so we are commenting on what is in the staff report, so rather than put these into motion like this, could we say, clarify or change number 1 to read, continue prioritizing our work
I
on the
think
Palmer fix?
that's fine, yeah. I mean, I just think if we use the language in 1 through 6 in the staff report in your memo, I'm going to be wordsmithing here for quite a while. And so I think we have some broad intent here, at least on number 1 and 2 so far, that continue some of the work that's been done, prioritize it according to your memo a little bit, add the one new thing of the nexus study for commercial projects. And then that's just 2 of the 6 so far. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And I'll just keep on going through.
Let's try to get the motion in order as we go.
Sure. Amend items 1 through 6 as follows, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, something like that. Number 3 is the density bonus ordinance. I think there's maybe some misunderstanding among us, and even, I should never say there's misunderstanding among staff, but I think it would be helpful if we could clarify the state and local density bonus ordinances. I'm not comfortable with the 25% number. Right? Let's just clarify it. Let's understand. I think you had a good question of does it apply to the commercial portions? I think in effect, the short answer is yes, but in terms of the bonus portion, that's focused on the residential, is my understanding. But let's clarify the state and local density bonus ordinance.
So if I could suggest,
Yep.
Would it be okay if we just prepared an information report and transmitted that to the council? And if that warranted any traction, you can agendize it and we can have a discussion?
That seems fine by me, but
That way we just lay out what the requirements are and we understand sort of the.
So are you already considering different inclusionary ranges for ownership properties?
So we are, as a part of item number 1.
So both rental and ownership?
Yes.
Okay, so Lydia, would you be okay removing the range number 3, since I think it's covered in 1?
Yeah, the range in 3 is covered in 1.
Okay.
And then we'll give you an information report just on the state density bonus and our local program and how all that stuff comes together.
okay, that's because the density bonus relies on our local inclusionary. So if we raise our local inclusionary, the density bonus will have the same.
Well, the density bonus is what it is. That's one aspect of our code. There's another aspect of our code that deals with the below market rate program. And so we can require
The density bonus to link to that. Okay.
So I guess one point that I think you were making before was that if we increase our BMR requirement above 15%, it just makes the development eligible for more incentives that we need to be prepared to grant to a project.
And so that's part of the study analyzes that kind of way.
No, we're not studying state density bonus law right now. What we are studying, though, is how much could we, how many units could feasibly be incorporated into an ownership and a rental project.
Okay.
Nothing to do with the state density bonus, but we'll prepare an info report if this motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Number 4, I think a number of us have mentioned it's already on there, but I want to see my colleagues if there's anything I want to see different there. Number 5, I would just say, production of missing middle housing, which is kind of in the thing already. Did we touch on that?
Yeah, I read number 5 as being consistent with the language in here. It kind of goes a little bit more in the colleagues memo, but perhaps if we can just fall back on the housing work plan and the statements in the comp plan, I think that's what our objective is.
Is that fine? Okay, so for number 5, focus on the housing work plan and the comp plan language.
I don't want to take anything away from the report authors, but that's the you know,
I know, I'm just trying to be explicit.
if we go beyond that, I need a little bit more
I
understanding.
think that was the intent. I think you'll find the language is pretty similar.
I understand, I just know sometimes we are more specific than others in our motion language, and I'm trying to get in the habit of being a little like higher level on that.
Again, is this okay with you?
I mean, if it's similar to what the language that's in the housing work plan, I don't see any need to change this one over here.
I think some of us were concerned about the protection and regulations and the preserve transitions language, frankly.
Well, to a certain extent, we do want to make sure that the transitions in the single-family neighborhoods with the denser properties are not going to be infringing on residents' ability to live over there with light and...
Can you just read?
I think it's a policy
2.9?
preference whether, multifamily housing infringes on single-family residents.
Well, basically, this is here, it's talking about just to have a transition in place so that we are not infringing on anybody, and it's definitely a definition. But it follows what the housing plan says.
The mayor just mentioned to me it's not really an affordable housing issue, but I think we are roughly agreed on what we want to do. Like, there are some cottage clusters and missing middle housing we want to preserve and maintain. That's great.
It actually is
They're
affordable.
existing.
I mean, it's
Well,
different.
doesn't have to be.
definition.
Yeah, doesn't have to be. It could be going for the same 29,000 as that new construction. I think there's also a production component that was in the work plan and in the comp plan, which is helpful. The last one is just number 6. I'm not really sure on this. The city attorney raised a few issues. I would love to hear my colleagues on number 6 about the prevent existing housing to be converted to commercial or hotel use. So those are my things. I would really be thankful if you guys are willing to accept these. I do have, if we go back to the 1 through 6 in the colleagues memo, I'll have some more issues. But I think this is kind of straightforward enough. It's reprioritizing a few things as you've requested. It's adding the commercial projects nexus study. And the rest is hopefully a bit of a kick in the pants to our city to get our stuff going on housing.
Did you have the language for?
So I can read to you from the council-approved housing work program. It says, develop protections for cottages and duplexes in the R1 and R2 districts and consider zoning changes to allow additional cottage clusters, duplexes, and fourplexes where appropriate. And then the reference to the comp plan is a short sentence that says, recognize the contribution of cottage cluster housing to the character of Palo Alto and retain and encourage this type of development. So what this suggests to me is that it's not just about housing units, but actually trying to find ways to incentivize the retention of cottage clusters and to create opportunities where future cottage clusters may could be developed.
Thank you for that, Adrian.
I guess I interpreted that as, don't tear down cottage clusters and put up McMansions. Is that what you intended?
Yeah, again, it's
Yeah,
about
preservation.
transitions.
Right. So on number 6, it's mainly to explore. I mean, we want to make sure that, we're not taking existing housing and having it converted to commercial use or to hotel use. So it was something that you said that you would look into, not so much enacting it right now. That's number 6.
So, yeah, I think we...
So
Yep, we could, there's work there for number 6 that would require both legal and planning effort. And if directed by council, we would find, and unless you want to establish the priority, we would find where that would fall in line with the rest of them.
I mean, I don't see that as a high priority at this point. I mean, that's something that you're going to have to examine and to explore a little bit more deeper. But I would like to see what you come up with.
Councilmember Niss has her light on to be followed by Councilmember Cormack.
Well, Adrian, I really appreciate what you've done to make this so that I think I can support it. This has been really difficult. I have never voted against anything to do with housing since I've been back on this council. I find it still very troubling that this is basically the work plan, the housing work plan, that three of us came up with that now has been sort of pried apart, looked at again, and repurposed. And I find that that's troubling, and maybe you can explain later why you did it. So I think what we've done now is prioritizing the city's work on the Palmer fix is fine, but are you still indicating that could go up to 25%, Adrian, or not?
So I think what staff indicated is that they're doing a study right now on our inclusionary percentages, and they're looking at ranges from 15 to 25 for both ownership and rental, and they will come back to us and say, hey, for ownership you can raise it to 18, for rental, we recommend just starting at 15. Something like that, maybe higher.
All right.
But we just don't have the data.
As I understand the Palmer fix, this only applies to new rental housing, to new apartments, essentially. What's the last time we get somebody put up a new apartment in Palo Alto?
I don't have that data with me right now.
You'll have to get back to me on that.
Well, I mean, we've done housing units, and the Mike's Bikes project was a rental housing project. It's not being built right now, but
It's not being built, no. The only one I can think of maybe is Elizabeth Wong, who's got a, it's just 2 or 3 apartments,
That's mostly
I think.
office space, yeah.
The impact fees, we have to do a nexus study for that. An informational report on the state and local density bonus. I think that's pretty clear right now. The state has passed with these 3 new recent laws that I think that's pretty straightforward. And then as you've reworded it here, Vice Mayor, I think number 5 is fine. I'm not sure that we need to, I wish we could prevent, getting rid of any housing units. But this talks about taking housing, which is one zone, and making it commercial. And I don't know why we would do that. I can't think of any place in town where we've taken housing and making it commercial. Is there any? I mean, if there was some good example, I would say, yeah, let's explore it. Otherwise, I don't see any sense in exploring it. What did you say? So I will support this as it's currently restated.
Councilmember Cormack.
We're so close. If I could just, perhaps the maker and seconder could help me with number 6. I don't know the problem we're trying to solve. I'm just not aware what, is there some situation that this might apply to? I just don't know. Is there something you can help me with?
Number 6 or the whole thing?
6.
I think the mayor just said there's some situations in Mountain View where this is happening. And then, I don't know, Lydia, if you want to
Do we
speak
know
to it.
do you know of situations in Palo Alto where this might be a concern? I'm just not familiar with this. It seems quite narrow, so I'm just really, truly trying to understand.
Who's what I just asked John?
Well, this one in particular has to do with the President's Hotel. We're losing 75 units over there to potentially a hotel use or some other use. And it was at one point housing and in the affordable range. Not so much subsidized BMR, but it was something that was affordable for at least 75 residents or more, because it could be a family living there
Right. Am I right that we don't yet know what the future use will be of that?
At this point, no.
Okay. And so you're afraid that there are other similar situations? Okay.
And I'm just asking staff to explore and to come back and let us know if there's a way to protect existing housing from being, from having its use changed.
Okay. I'm comfortable with 6 staying in there as long as it's understood that it's, this is the ordering, this is a low priority, this is your order priority, right? Okay. All right, thank you.
Can I ask what happened to number 4?
As is.
As is, so number 4 remains, right?
I'll make a, seeing no further lights, I'll make a comment. This is just to be, there's angels dancing on the head of the pin kind of stuff, but it was commented earlier that if we don't build, we're part of the problem, not part of the solution. And I would argue the more nuanced view of that is if we're not building supply as fast as we're building demand, then we're part of the solution. And you may think that's a very narrow point, but if you compare, a well-known city to somewhat to the north of us that, issued 5,000 housing permits last year but added 42,000 jobs, which means many thousands of high-wage workers that can't live there and therefore bidding up prices in the surrounding suburbs. If you compare that with Atherton, for example, which isn't building anything, but at least they're not making the regional problem worse. So that would be my definition of adding to the problem. With that, would you vote on the board, please? Yes, Councilmember Koo.
Thank you. So would it be okay if we Jonathan, if it's all right for us to revisit the timeline for number 1 and number 2?
Okay, so I think we're good on the...
Is there any way for the Palmer Act?
So we have a consultant that we're working with, and it's the ball's in their court right now. Well, I guess it's shared. We're having to get them some impact fee data still, but they're running their model, and we expect a draft report to be delivered in the next 4 weeks or so to staff. But then staff needs to look at it, and there's usually a back and forth process. The idea is that we would send it to the Planning and Transportation Commission when we have a draft that we feel is ready to be aired. And that would just be a conversation, and then we would come back at a subsequent meeting with a draft ordinance and get comments from the commission. That schedule probably takes us to the end of the year and then to council the first part of next year with an ordinance for the council to consider.
First part of next year, the first couple of months, or is it going
I'm thinking like February. I'm hearing very clearly from not just the council, but the community that there's strong interest in moving this forward, and it is our top priority from a policy perspective.
Thank you. Okay, I'm ready.
With that, would you vote on the board, please? And that passes 7-0. Thank you very much. That brings this item to a conclusion. Is there any state or federal legislation update or action? Any state or federal action of note? We do not, okay. Councilmember questions, comments, and announcements. Councilmember Cormack.
Yes, I just wanted to report on one thing and remind council members about another. Bay Area Water Supply Conservation Agency bi-monthly meeting was last week, and just 2 things to share. One is BOSCA continues to advocate with the SFPUC for additional water supply projects. This is something that SFPUC hasn't been all that focused on. It is required by law. I think it's relevant to the conversation we were having earlier. The other is just we get, the reports on the water usage, and our water usage for all of the member agencies of BOSCA, there are 26 of whom we're one, is right on track as it was with 2018. So just letting you know that's all straightforward. And just a reminder that tomorrow at 1:30 at 70 West Heading Avenue, I think I have that address correct, in San Jose, county supervisors will begin to consider the Stanford general use permit. And we are all warmly encouraged to, spend some time with the supervisor sharing our thoughts.
Thank you. Councilmember Koo. Seeing no further lights, we are adjourned. Thank you very much.